Hello everybody, like and subscribe to the WRC YouTube channel if you're enjoying content like this. We are at the final of one event, hopefully we'll have more for you in the future. I am Chiral, and today we're bringing you the Sankei Shimbun Cup 2024 to 2025 season team final table. I'm joined by the wonderful Nathanael. Hello.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here for the team finals, the final 3 games that will determine the championship for what has been a very, very long league, and it all comes down to this day.
Yeah, I see in chat, it's almost over. This event sure is, but the biggest matches are coming up. If it's anything like the games I saw yesterday, oh my. But yeah, our broadcast today is sponsored by the WRC and JPML. We hope you'll check out Sparrow's Nest, a New York Mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultimate, and Rex 3 order tables. They had a little study session yesterday. I remember seeing Dave come back just a little bit late from that to be able to do that last game of commentary. WRC, of course, is the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious international Mahjong tournament in the world, held once every 3 years, the next of which will be in Tokyo this July. Looking forward to that. And we are here for the Sankei Shimbun Cup. It had 84 teams. We had 64 teams in Tokyo playing the Sept League, and 20 teams playing the Orb League in Western Japan. The best 24 of those teams made the playoffs, and we saw them play on Thursday and Friday this week. The top 2 on each table made it to the next round. Yesterday, we saw the top 12 play in a one-hand chance shootout. And we saw Team Heartland, Team All Sirius East, and Team 3 Arrows Channel winning their tables. So they've made it to the final 4, and there's one extra space. It went to the team who was the closest gap to first place on their table. That would be Team Fusion. So we have our 4 teams. These 4 teams are left to fight for the trophy. We'll be seeing 3 games today. The scores have been reset. Who will win? We do have, though, in first dealer, representing Team Heartland from SPM, Eureka Seto. We've seen her so much. I feel like she's been one of the major characters of the televised tables, I feel like. I keep seeing her in every game that I'm commentating on, I feel like, recently.
Perhaps she always gets game 1.
She does, yeah. In the South Seat, representing Team All Sirius East, we have May from NPM. In the West Seat, we have Erika Hara, representing Team Fusion from JPML. And finally, in the North Seat, we have Mayu Fujikawa, representing Team 3 Arrows Channel from Mahjong Union. I'm really looking forward to this event. As I was saying, all teams are starting from 0 right now, but they have 3 hand chants. I assume that each team is going to be putting each one of their 3 players to represent them in the final here. I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, it's always so interesting. I think the first game is incredibly important in terms of setting the scene, and for Seto, for May, representing all series, for Erika Hara and Mayu Fujikawa, we'll see what they can bring to the table for their team. Can they get their team off to that good start that allows you to maintain your advantage moving into the next 2 games, the final 2 games of the season after this? So we'll have to see how things start off.
Yeah, it's definitely something you mentioned before we started streaming. Like, how do you decide which player goes first in a final like this? Do you want to put the most confident person forward, or do you want them to be the one to try to carry it home at the very end when the pressure's really on?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think probably the teams work together and make it a group decision about who's feeling the most confident as the starter and as the finisher. And it's probably up to the individuals themselves. But that's one of the nice things about having a team tournament like this is you can all work together and make decisions together as a team, become closest players as well. And it all comes down to this.
Well, the dealer with a pair of Easts, Double East, and the pair of the White Dragon there. You can't really ask for much better in the opening hand.
I think May could probably ask for better out of her opening hand. There goes the East, and we're going to see an instant call from the dealer.
Absolutely. 2 hand with a chance for 3rd one for free. why not?
It
I do like keeping the red dragon there. Just why not? It's not that efficient, but fun. Well, it has been discarded once already now, so I imagine we're going to be seeing it. Maybe kept a safe tile, but I don't think you need to keep a safe tile at this point. When your start is that good.
Certainly playing for maximum efficiency, most likely. Nice improving tile for May. Most tiles will improve this hand as we get rid of some of these early honor tiles. Hara is doing quite well as these central tiles are looking at a Tanya with a Dora in hand. Right. Fujikawa in the north seat. Also doing reasonably well here. A couple awkward shapes near the end. 7-9 so 7 or 8-9 man. 7-9.
Very interesting draw for our dealer. Drawing the Dora. Obviously, she's not cutting anything around the Dora, and she can open, so she can always just jam the weight around that somehow. But
big draw for Hara there. The 8-man allows you to find a 6-7-8 Sanchoku. It's a little awkward for the dealer to have draw the Dora after having discarded the 2-man on the third discard. Something that
that's true. But at the same time, I wouldn't be too upset this early on in the hand.
Certainly not. And if you pair it up, that's an easy route to Mongon. Double East, Dora pair.
Yes, exactly. So the East has already been called, so it's being kept as a safe tile there. Honestly, I don't blame Fujikawa right now. Her hand it's got a long way to go. And with this 3-5 shape, it accepts the Dora, but it's not a nice thing you want to see, because the odds are someone's going to be holding those Dora. They're not going to be playing it to you.
Oh, this is always an interesting choice if you want to keep this extended shape, and she will, playing for the Dora as well, cutting the 8-man immediately.
Yeah, gets rid of that Sanchoku chance, as we were talking about, but we do have that Dora instead, which is almost as good.
Speaking...
what a huge draw, though!
Wow. Too many pairs in the hands. The West pair will come out. Look at the other side.
You know what? I prefer this one, though, because at least we guarantee the Dora, right?
Yes.
I mean, we guarantee not having to play the Dora. Obviously, Sanchoku would be better than that if we can get it close, but still.
Nine-pin fill. Shantan for Riichi Pihu Dora 1. Fujikawa's head has stayed absolutely static for a few turns now.
I might have cut the 2-pin there instead. Keep the 3-4-4, just to keep that maximum acceptance. But I do think she was planning on getting that white dragon, which has come. So I was clearly in the wrong to assume that was going to just be given to for free.
Ooh.
And that is another reach.
Reach for May 2-5 so versus the dealer's 50-10 2-5 mon. It is a Mongon for the dealer, though, so she will absolutely take the fight.
Yeah, I think the rule that I use, I don't know if it's that accurate, is to... Oh, well, we already see the Ron there. But I usually half the weights, right? So if we have like an 8-tile 3-10 weight, I assume it's kind of like a 3 or a 4-tile non-3-10 weight in terms of win rate. It's not perfect, but it's how I sort of calculate things. So if the value's good enough, just go for it, right?
Absolutely, and the value there, absolutely amazing for May. After the Ipatsu Ron, we'll get the full Mongon value. Great start for Team All Serious.
Yes, this is a 3-hand-chan format, but winning game 1 is going to put you in a very, very good position.
And straight off of the win, she gets her dealership. Whoa! There's nothing except for Sosu and honors in that hand. That's an incredible high pie.
There are a lot of honors, though. A lot of single honors, but the next 3 or 4 draws could be very, very crucial.
I've never seen an N4-player high pie that screams "Go Honitsu" more than this one.
Yeah.
It's got all the makings of an Itsu as well, the straight.
Although speaking of, it's not the only hand that could potentially be Itsu. We'll say the 2-7s being held here by Fujikawa is going to block both of these Itsu chances, though. See if anyone can draw. around that 6-8 or 8-9 shape. God, does manage to keep getting closer and closer to Tenpai. I get the feeling Fujikawa's I've got my money on her this hand. Based on the fact that I think the other two players are going to be blocking themselves, blocking each other a little bit.
As much as that early high pie signaled a flush, the draws have not followed through. So those are not coming in.
Meanwhile, Fujikawa draws another upgrade with that 6. So fill in. And this is not what you want to see. Having the 2-4-6 and filling in the 4-5 when you really want that 2 Dora? Oh, unfortunate. But at the same time. Are we thinking 1-2-3 Sanshoki? I'd like to see 1-2-3 Sanshoki from Hara here.
Fujikawa, another huge fill-in. Might be first to Tenpai here. In the meantime, our dealer might discard a singleton of every single honor as her first 7 cuts. That's incredible. Southwest, east, north, red dragon, green dragon, white dragon.
Times like this, you really sort of secretly are hoping that they. Oh, that's Tenpai.
Do we take it though? Riichi Tanyo is okay, but it's not the best weight. We'll just slap.
I'm tempted just to take the Tenpai but not reach. If I wasn't feeling that confident, but either way, she is in.
Certainly, there are some upgrades to be had. For Mon in particular, for the Pinshu and the twin sequence chance.
Yeah, I think usually if we're just talking pure expected value, the reach is correct there.
Yes, with the addition of Tanyo.
Yeah.
That's a deal-in tile, but he has no reason to discard that just yet. If Hara had broken Tenpai by cutting the 7 Mon back, she would have drawn into Tenpai once again on the 6 pin, and it wouldn't have been that much of a better weight, so having applied this early pressure is probably correct.
Yeah, it's very true. The power of an early reach. It's not just about the points that you win, it's about the points you deny the other players, hopefully because they're having to fold.
One of the big things with this Riichi on a bad weight is you might get chased by the player who has multiples of the Dora, but in this case, no player has more than 1. Seto with, Mei with 1, Hara with 1.
Yes, exactly. Well, having said that, Hara could have, if she does get that Sanshoki, I would. Oh, well, you're speaking of 2 Dora. So if I did get that Sanshoki 1-2-3, suddenly, it'd be very exciting. I also love how Hara's not just making Sanshoki, she's also making Itsu. Like, it can go either way. So it's one of those combination of Yaku that I really never really considered could be combined as easily as I've seen it happen.
It does happen more frequently than you'd expect.
Yeah, I usually hard commit to one or the other, but it's really interesting to see. And it's being proven time and time again that it can be done.
So now a decision to be made. Which of these pairs to cut, or are we fully escaping this hand?
Yeah.
7.
Okay.
Okay.
4-pin, we see 7 is past the reach. We don't know anything about 1, so there's still a very, very real possibility it's 1-4 weight.
So playing with more caution here. Starting with a 7 so, and there's still ways to get to Tenpai. It's just a little less likely, given that you need to make a pair into a triplet. Well, that's a triplet.
That'll do it. If we're willing to cut the 5.
For
It would theoretically lay a Suji trap.
Right. And you'd be really just targeting the Riichi. Dama. 5,200 at stake here on a Ron. Unless the deal-in tile is the 2 so, then that's the full Mongon. The other players, you notice the extra pause on this particular discard? The 5 so comes out, and you have to be wondering what is going on in that hand that you're comfortable jamming out the Dora Suji like that.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we will see the 8 go. I don't think we're going to see the 2 go. I just have this feeling, you know?
Mm.
Ooh. There's another one of those stealing tiles. But we do see that May is in full folding here. She doesn't need to push too much. She's in first place.
5-pin.
How many 6s do we see? I see at least 3. Do we know what the fourth 6 of characters is?
I do not. We do see the Riichi, though, on the 5-pin. Did she time the Ipatsu correctly? 2 mon? Oh, she did!
She sure did. Okay, wow, okay.
Found the 4-mon. Anipatsu, Riichi Patsu, Tsumo, Tanyao. Dora, Dora. Ahanemon.
That is somewhat supernatural, Seto. What's going on? How did you know?
How did she know, indeed?
Either way, though, that will shoot her right up into first place for Team Heartland.
Incredible. Seto moving up to 38,000 points. You know, a lot of times I feel like players will wait until they have to discard something that's really dangerous, just as if to say, I'm dealing into you, but it's because I was Tempai. And in the meantime, if you're just discarding relatively safe tiles, other players might not notice that you're Tempai and they might play into you as a result. However,
that does make sense.
When you jam the 5-so, that immediately alerts the table to the fact that you are fighting. So I don't think that was really necessarily the reason. Yeah, I can't quite explain the timing, but it was perfect.
By the way, we have seen a very fast call here. In fact, 2 very fast calls. Both Yakuhai for Mei and Seto. I guess Seto has no reason to go super value anymore. She can just move the game along as fast as she can with an 11,000 point lead. Definitely wants first place, but top 2 is more than good enough for game 1 of a 3-game set. We'll see how the Western wait 1 turn strat. It was more than 1 turn, though, is the issue. It was like 3 or 4 turns.
Wait 3 turns.
Then we got the Ipatsu. Yes.
In the West, we wait 1 turn, but we'll evolve to learn the wait 3 turns strategy.
I like the idea, at least. Don't know if I could have the heart to do it in a live game, especially in a high stakes game like this, like a final.
So true. Hara really needs to make something happen on her dealership. Really would like something to happen. There's another one, of course, but want to make full use of it. All of your dealerships, get maximum value from them. Good opportunity, as she is each hunter with Dora 1, so Riichi Dora 1 potential. Potentially Pinfu as well.
So I think it's really interesting how she gave up on the Itsu to try and keep that 2-3-3 shape, just had a little bit of extra acceptance. I'm not sure I would have done that. I might have been a bit more greedy. I might have kept the 6, 7, 8, 9. Because we only need the 1, the 4 for Itsu. I know Itsu is such a hard Yaku to build, but I might have kept that dream. I guess the other problem is that she has only 1 pair, that being the 9-pin, which does make Itsu just a little bit harder, but I might be tempted.
Yeah, for sure. I think one of the ideas, if you're going to aim for the Itsu, is to hope to pair up something in the Monzu, like the 5-mon or the 7-mon, now the 3-mon, as the case may be. I should make a shift to Tanyao as well. That way you get rid of one of your bad shapes and you confirm the Itsu.
Yeah, that makes sense. But either way, it's definitely working out.
And there's the 7, so the shift to 5, 6, 7.
Sanshoku.
Ishanten now. Seto would like to shut this down. May as well. It has some incentive to prevent other players from repeating on their dealership. Ooh, but there's a 3-sided upgrade. I think the normal play is to give up the value with the Mon discard.
Yeah, I cannot see how Waiting on 6 is the move, exactly, yes. Just because there are so many more tiles to win on.
I understand that it's correct to do so. It still breaks my heart to give up on Sanchoku
Yeah.
like that.
That's fair.
A confirmed
Tenpai?
Sanchoku like that.
Are they? Waiting on the 3 of bamboo. I think it's just red dragon only, but Tenpai's Tenpai, and Seto wants to move the game on to East 4.
Yeah, Mei has been holding onto this 8-pin for a very long time, greeting the potential Dora draw, and she found it. She found the Dora draw, so... it definitely increases her chances to win, getting a diamond shape like that, and a little extra value to catch up to Seto.
That's useful, but still Shanten. I will correct myself as well. It's the 3 pin that they're waiting on, not the 3 of bamboo.
6 mon drawn, and unfortunately unusable by Hara. Back-to-back 7/5 6 mon in the discards. The Sanchoku that wasn't. The statistics play not panning out. Where are the Tenpai draws?
The wall is deciding to be unkind today. But that is going to make it more exciting for us as we get closer and closer to the end, and people get more and more desperate to win.
Interesting decision here.
Yeah. We don't have a head yet.
Yeah, the 2-pin is the
West could
natural
easily
cut,
be
but I think she's a bit concerned about the open hand. The 2-pin does pass, the 3-pin won't.
Yes. Now, a live green dragon. This hand is not that good, so I wouldn't mind folding it, to be honest, but I'm a coward.
Yeah, that's convenient. You can cut away from the 8-so or a wider weight. Everything is colored, of course, by the fact that a player is open 2 times and probably Tenpai.
Yeah, at that point you just have to assume.
You can switch your pair here, cutting the 3-so and holding the 2-3-3 mon shape, but she'll continue to hold the wide so acceptance.
I have a small backfire, having cut the 5 mon there, but I think she was folding anyway. Are you doing that 5 is safe? I have this feeling that all the 3 pins are buried and that everyone else is folding.
Yeah, at this point, late position in the round, you also have to be a little bit nervous that someone like the dealer is Dama Tenpai. Of course, the 4-so Tadashi will negate that fact a little bit, but...
yeah, I'm liking that call. It is interesting that 2 gets cut, but keeps her 1 away from Tenpai without having to discard the green dragon, which has just been drawn again by Mei. Could not be played by Seto, but does Mei have the courage to play it? I don't think she needs to. I think she can just fold this. She's not... there aren't many draws left. And making a gamble on being Tenpai is it's a bit of an ask, I think, at this point.
It's so difficult to play the first game of the series for that reason. Because if it's the last game, you know your condition, you know what you have to achieve in order to get the outcome you're looking for, which in this case is be first overall as a team. But in the first game, your responsibility is to set the stage, put your team in a good spot so that the other players can pull off their goals. And so is this fight for 1,500 points worth it? Mei seems to think yes.
Okay, we are going to see the green dragon get played very late, but it does pass. The 7-so will deal in. It is interesting for our dealer Hara here. She is behind. She's in last place. But we see the 3-pin.
3-pin comes in for Seto. We'll just
say,
beat 1,000 points.
But
300, 500. At the dealership
More
passes.
importantly, though, we are now in East 4. Seto has this much control over the table right now. The game could be over before anyone else has a chance to make any kind of comeback. We'll see. Just as a reminder, this is a 3-game final. I believe each team is going to be playing with each of their players for 1 game each. Wow, hello.
I got baited a little bit into thinking that was door 3, but the door
Yes.
visible on the screen is the actual door in the round.
Definitely something that I only started doing, I think, when Gemma started doing it by accident. And then suddenly my brain just went, yeah, that's right. But yes, either way, though, a concealed triplet of the dragon is very nice to start with. Turns out the person with the Dora right now is Hara, though. And with the pair of the green dragon, I can totally see her opening this hand up for a half flush, trying to take advantage of both the green dragons and that Dora.
And naturally, with the 9-so pair, the hand doesn't really need another pair. However, it wants another pair. Maybe from the position of 4th, Hara will be more incentivized to play for the value, and that 9-so pair will leave.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, as you say, 9 times out of 10, I would see that 4-5 pin, and I'd be thinking, you know what? Actually, I could just make a 9. I could just reach. I'll be happy with this. But then, because you see that Dora, the Dora changes everything. This makes the entire situation just a little bit.
Ooh.
Oh my!
Oh no, we could actually be going full value here. Forget the 5-pin, 6-pin. Imagine all the Mon tiles that we could draw.
I would absolutely be calling and cutting that 5-pin, 6-pin if I get a chance to. But we'll see.
Calls available: Hatsupon, 8-mon Pon,
Oh.
Jun Pon.
We are seeing it get played. The 3-mon doesn't help too much right now. But obviously, any tile around it is going to be very, very valuable and very welcome as well. But
I mean, if we're thinking maximum value, Chitoi.
well, I wasn't thinking Chitoi, but you're right. You're so right.
One of the green dragons is the door indicator, so that's less live. But okay, what about this last talk? It isn't going to mean anything. We remember the triplet in Fujikawa's hand, who's Tempai.
This reach, though, is that going to convince Hara to fold here? The live dragon.
Oh, that's so tough.
Yeah.
Because Hara definitely does not want to give up this hand. Against a dealer Riichi, though, that's a big ask. It could be
dealer Riichi and the dealer being second place. Sorry, being the one person who she's trying to overtake for this match.
Yeah,
there's a decision to be made here.
Slightly safer than the 9-pin, but they're both going to come out anyway, I assume.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to, and when you've got that much value, it's really hard to come up with any excuse not to. So I guess we just have to ask the question of, will she manage to find the one remaining green dragon, or either of those two Dora?
She's trying to disguise folding or the flush. She can't start with the 3-mon.
9 kind of lets you maybe consider hedging for the Itsu, but we'll see. We'll see.
9 does give slightly better acceptance of the 7-mon.
Either way, I was excited about May's potential 6-7-8 mixturable sequence, but she seems to have accepted the 5. Not going to discard it to this reach anymore. Now we've drawn it. It will never see the light of day.
And at this
Which
point,
is absolutely fair.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not a good tile. 3-mon will come out first.
Yeah. I still push this, but only if I get a very good draw in the next 2 or 3.
Agreed.
These are the kinds of hands where I tend to just get very greedy on. Oh.
That's a step closer to
Being
Tempai.
very greedy. The 9 of characters is a very hard ask. Yeah, okay, we just send it back.
Maximum efficiency says 4, so
How many threes do we see? I think it's just 2. That doesn't rule out 2-3 that much as a shape.
The early 3 so as
Don't
well
see any 6s.
Yeah, could signal 5-6 shape, but that's already completed. It doesn't matter. Tsumo. Each Tsumo Haku. Ura hits as well. $4,000.
Fujikawa fighting a good fight, making the most of her dealership as we go in to East for repeat number 1.
She'll make it over 30,000 points, challenging Seto for first. And for Hara, that's another reason why she really wanted to fight there, was because if she just sits back and lets Fujikawa Tsumo, now look at the score position. It is even harder. And so dealing in directly and getting Tsumo down this way, there's a little difference. I guess the main difference is dealing directly makes game 2 and game 3 much harder for her teammates. So it's always that to consider.
As a quick reminder, you can see the scores on the bottom of the page with the yellow numbers, but the rank bonus for 4th place is -25, effectively. It's -15. No. Hang on. Yeah, it's -25, -15, +5, +35. So the gaps get bigger the higher a position you have. That doesn't mean necessarily you don't just want to take 3rd place if you can get that. Because even 10 points is a huge deal. So having everyone pull away from you is quite sad from Hara's perspective. But we still have an entire South round to go.
Fujikawa, after that victory, will retain the dealership 1 additional round. South Dora is a little tricky to use here in the East round, but wow, that's a great pull-in for Hara. She could find herself with the 789 Sajuku.
Our deal, though, it has called. Just going for all insight here. Got that interesting 7-7-8 shape. It might end up being a Champon instead of the 6. We cannot use a 9.
Repaired was just pulled in by Seto. We will see if she can find a Riichi there. Yeah, 6-pin out. It is a Sanchoku for Hara.
But yeah, we were talking about the fact she could only use the 6. There it is. 1 away from Tenpai.
Seto can use the Dora. Can call the Dora, rather. She is in the south seat.
Yeah, I definitely respect making the Atazuke play for Dora 3. We do see this Sanshoku Riichi waiting on the 7-pin.
Oh,
there's a 7-pin.
Come out
I think it's just started.
Riichi Bats Sanshoku, the Mangan.
Almost like fate itself guided her to knock down that tile and then choose to discard it. Oh my.
The drama. And that brings Hara right back into the fold. Now within touching distance of the other 2 players.
We have a game going into South 1. So yeah, the gap right now is less than 20k. A Mangan won't do it. Obviously, we like to talk about 10,000, 12,000 being a Mangan sumo, depending on whether the person ahead of you is dealer or not. But 18k is still not that difficult a gap to be made. It might take 2 hands. But everyone at this point should hopefully have a decent mental image about what they've got to do to make this happen for them.
Wrap back around to Seto in the dealer seat.
Now we're in the South round. A pair of Souths is Yakuhai, even if you're not in the South seat. It's not Dora this time, though.
Hara, the beneficiary of that South seat pair, or not South seat, but rather South pair, despite not sitting in the South seat. I'm not convinced that she wants to open, but
I don't think it was for this hand either. Yeah, I agree. Definitely is the kind of hand you'd want to just lay low, maybe get a nice reach. We'll see. We'll see.
Second South just left Fujikawa's hand, so no open there means Hara plans to play a Riichi here.
So that's always keeping the knight so quite early, and she did get kind of rewarded by it by drawing the 8, but now she's still got an 8-9 shape that she's going to find very hard to use.
Efficiency says to cut the Dora, and out it goes. You could, if you wanted to, start with the 9 so first. That way, if you draw the 7 so, you can still use the Dora, but
the longer you keep a tile like that, though, the more likely it is going to be dangerous.
Oh.
I know it's only draw 4, so it's not exactly super dangerous right now, but...
And of course, immediately the 7 so comes into hand.
Of course.
As is the law of Mahjong, it seems.
Hey, Seto got that Ipatsumo, okay?
That's true.
She's had her luck.
That's very true. Oh, and another one.
Another 7. Oh, this is cruel. Okay, I take what I said back. This is just mean now. The wall. Why are you being like this?
Oh, 2-pin. That's great. Ipeko chance, even though there's only one of the 1-pin left.
Yeah, so it's... Obviously, you want to keep the Dora. But it has been discarded once already by the dealer.
4-mon is a consideration just to hold your current shapes.
Now a chance to upgrade to a pure sequence with that 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7. If we can draw another one of those 6s. I think it's a really interesting shape that we just saw Seto miss out on. She had the potential 4, 6, 8 hidden inside that 4, 5, 6 shape of hers, but she chose to keep the safe tile instead of having that acceptance of the 7. Wait, I take it back.
Yeah, the 8
I thought it was 4, 4, 5, 6, 6, 8, not 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 8. My apologies. I completely misread this.
I think, just as a general note, though, because Seto is in the lead, there's a little more incentive than usual to hold a safe tile, even if she could get a minor improvement in some way. I think that's also, to some degree, why the 8 so came out first before the 7s, before the 9 so in that scenario where the 7 so had some uses. Even there, again, 8-pin coming out instead of holding the 7, 8, 8-pin shape for efficiency reasons. So definitely valuing the safety.
Exactly, yeah. Like at the very least, as long as you don't deal in, you're getting probably first, but maybe at least top 2, you'd assume. Because you're the one dealing in, though. Things can go very wrong very quickly.
This 4-mon, Hara does not seem to want to cut that. I wonder if perhaps there's a small amount of concern about a dealer being in dominant tempai from first place. Having cut the Dora.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Someone cutting Dora relatively early is usually a red flag of something. Although, as you say, from first place, maybe it's not quite as scary. But, we'll see.
Certainly, if I see the Dora cut, I'm thinking Ishantem.
Hmm.
And if another Tadashi has come out since then, of a central tile, then it might be Tempai.
Yep, with that draw, though, May has reached Ishanten, 1 away. With Dora 2. Do you think she's going to have to reach? I don't think the north is her wind. I have to quickly check that one again. But either way.
Yeah, May does not have North Yakuhai, so I'm very confident we'll see a Riichi if she finds Tempai.
Absolutely. With Dora 2, you kind of have to, right? Especially from the 3rd place position she's in right now. Getting second is 20,000 points. Getting first would be 50,000 if she can do it in one sweep. So, very important to go for it.
Shut here for Fujikawa. We'll play for the Ipeko acceptance, twin sequences, and the Monzu. And we can see here Hara really not liking this 4-mon, 7-mon line.
Yeah. I respect her keeping the shape she's got, and not just completely breaking the hand apart. It's definitely something that I would consider doing in this position.
This late Hatsu cut, again, could mean Tama Tempai.
I mean, yeah, it absolutely has that kind of... it has been cut once, it looks like, but that's still a giant red flag.
That's exactly why. We could see West here.
Yeah, that adds all symbols to the hand, potentially.
When you cut a late tile like that, that's relatively safe. Like, all right, that was your save tile of the hand. If you don't have the save tile, that means you're tempai.
Was it not? I thought it was a Sumigiri. Okay, my bad. If so.
Oh, if that was a Tsumogiri, then ignore that.
I could be wrong.
I thought it was
Either way, it's a very good point.
a dragon shift. Which one was being held? Regardless, oh, there's the west, of course. Not that it would have been particularly helpful, but I guess it would have been tempai, yeah.
Choosing Dama. 6-9 for Pinfu, Ipeiko. I think the reason why we're seeing a Dama is because we see most of these 9s already discarded, so you're probably not going to win anymore, but it's still nice to be tempai this late in the hand, just to claim that tempai bonus. The real question is, how brave do you feel? Can you draw enough safe-ish tiles to not make a huge risk and deal in at the very last minute? Likewise, we didn't see any extra aggression from players like May, who's 1 away right now with that Dora 2. Even if she doesn't necessarily have a Yaku, I might still consider calling for Tenpai this late in the hand. And that is exactly what we see.
Fujikawa trusting the north allows the pawn.
The last tile draw does count as a Yaku, but I don't think we're going to be seeing the 5 or 8 come out from anybody here.
She gets to Tenpai. As a result of the pawn, that gives Fujikawa a final draw, and she draws into Tenpai.
That was effectively worth 2,500 points. She would have lost 1,500. She gains 1,000 instead.
Huge swing. The small things like that really enjoy.
Yeah, like Tenpai's a hand to fight for. I know it sounds sad, but there are definitely times where it's worth. Just like I want to just be Tenpai, even if I've got no Yaku. The really sad thing is when you end up getting like Haite or something. Haite only. Or Haite or a 3. I have no Yaku, I just called.
Sometimes in that spot, you just don't take the win. You discard it because the win is worth more. Or the Ryukyoku payments are worth more.
That's very... What?
Wow. Whoa.
Okay.
Ishanten
well,
from
this hand's already almost complete. And it potentially could accept Dora if we draw a 7-man.
To call east.
Have a 2-sided way.
Declined naturally from 1 away from Tenpai.
Don't need to cheapen this hand to 1 hand. No way. Especially when the next draw is something like 5 of bamboo.
Ooh.
That chance of the Ipeiko, that pure double sequence, if we draw the 4 or 3.
Interestingly, choosing to discard the 8-mon rather than the 2-pin. Denying some of that Dora acceptance. This is Tenpai. It's too early for me.
But I would not be interesting.
This is, I think, the textbook play.
I never feel good about early reaches like this, but at the end of the day, it is still a very early reach on what appears to be a 4-tile wait. If we do a bit of counting, we can see one of them. So 3 tiles remain.
I'm maybe too optimistic in these spots. I always think I can do better. I can, and worst case scenario, I just call the east and play around with my Tanki, get a good weight later.
I think that's fair. The other thing to keep in mind is that we do, by taking this reach, it is hopefully going to slow down the flush that Hara's building. Because her hand has actually developed quite well up to this point. And she keeps drawing pins.
Does have a number of sim tiles to clear, but just Sumo, there's the 3-pin. Again, this 1-2 Penchan shape has been absolutely fantastic for Seto's won 2 hands already this way.
It's very true. We missed the Uradora, but you never complain about Reach Sumo.
Yep,
as a dealer, of course. That's the other thing, right? Because you're a dealer, putting a reach early just adds a little bit of pressure, because you don't know what they're going to get. You don't know if they have Dora 2. You don't know if they're going to flip Uradora. Even if the hand is bad, a dealer reach could be devastating with a bit of luck. So, much like East 1, South 1 has a dealer repeat. Am I right? No, I'm wrong about that. May got East 1 right. Take it back.
Yeah, that I
But
do remember
still.
that Mongon.
Yes.
But, well, a couple continuances now for Seto. Oh, look at this.
And we have a triplet of the White Dragon.
Once again.
Is that how we want to call, though? Is it like the last one? Do we want to pass the opportunity to call things? Let's see how good the rest of the hand is right now. 4, 5, 6 already. Wow. Okay. It's not as good as the last one, but it's still very, very nice.
I do feel some incentive to call, especially a weak shape, so that I can wait on the Dora as a Tonki.
Yes. Yeah, I think if you're going to call here, it'd be to fill in one of the weaker shapes, absolutely. Because
Or just draw the
or
weak
just
shapes.
draw it. Yeah.
Ishanten already. Now that's scary too. If she calls the 2-pin or 5-pin to complete a sequence, diamond shape 3-4 pin, that always sends some alarm bells. Why are you calling your weak shape or your strong shape this early? The answer in this case
you
is
tempai already.
yeah,
Why would you do that?
Tempai.
Exactly. Oh, a pair of souths though.
And that is for May, the South Seek player, so double south for her.
That is not a tempai. I take it back.
It's wide.
But a very nice wide one away, yeah.
So Seto now has a decision. Do I play for the value or do I play for a slightly wider shape and go for the value?
Unfortunately, yeah, the east is Dora, so it's very hard to take that tempai when you've got the Doras just sitting there. Can't get rid of a Dora. Although I could definitely see her being tempai, reaching to wait on that east. Maybe you don't reach in that case. Tricky. I'd have to think about that situation.
She has to make that decision right now.
Yeah.
I could see a Dama that Seto sees a Riichi.
I think, depending on the players you're playing against, that's definitely one of the decisions you have to make based on the people you're playing. Because some players are more likely to discard a Dora. Sort of the middle of row 2.
Chase
Did you see a pursuit reach? But if that's not likely to happen from your table, and these players are going to have studied each other lots at this point, having
also
watched each other's games.
Just in this tournament, it's so beneficial to win with the Dora that you wouldn't expect to see that come out until much later in the hand.
That's true, yes.
And for that reason, it might be better to throw the Riichi out sooner to prevent a chase from happening. Instead, Fujikawa draws the perfect tile and gets to slam with the diamond weight.
But never see a con.
This is a little bit of a surprise from the leader, but she wants to extend this even further. 5-mon becomes the new Dora.
Very aggressive.
No Rinshan.
I saw it was an honor tile there for a second. I got excited. The green and the black.
Hara has to fold.
Glance. Very similar.
Sumo!
7 comes. And that can't did give a new Dora. And the flip.
Nothing.
Don't see what that is. Okay.
Nothing, not the new Dora, not the tile underneath, but it is still Riichi Tsumo Pinfu. 700, 1300 becomes 900 and 1500. We'll take a small break, be right back.
Too stressful. But we have Jenn. Shoutouts to Jenn, the amazing commentator, video editor, negotiator with everyone who's running this event to get us the access to this lovely content. She's the one who cuts away these breaks and things that just get us right to the action. We'll be seeing Jenn later on today.
It does so much for us, including getting us straight into South 2. May will now take the dealership. Fujikawa, after that win, now again within striking distance of Seto.
Should also mention we'll be seeing tips later on today as well. Didn't say that at the very start of the stream. Just wanted to point that out. So if you're looking forward to these other commentators, definitely stay tuned. But yeah, it's May's dealership, as you say.
The East door, none in hand, but the 2-pin fill is so good. Already 2-way.
Yeah, two with the chance of that pure singles. I don't normally like having a shape like 6, 6, 7, 7
Hmm.
because you have to draw two of a specific group of tiles. But it could pay off. I'd rather have my Rhiannons be away from each other rather than waiting on exactly the same tiles.
Certainly, you get more tile acceptance in terms of the variety of tiles that you can accept. But if you could guarantee that you draw that, you know, that double acceptance once, then you actually would prefer that because you have the chance at the twin sequences. And sometimes you just go for that as a value play anyway. We'll leave this one pin just in case we move towards pairs. We did.
Yeah, I do like the if in that sentence. Sorry, I'm just a Mahjong. Sometimes I'm like a massive hopeless optimist. Sometimes I'm just the worst pessimist in the world.
You know, the way that this game has gone so far, it feels like the players who have achieved the most are the players that made the greedy options when they had the opportunity. And sometimes greed is just the answer. Forget the statistics. Go for the glory. And if it comes together, then it's just so strong.
This is Annie Shanten of all time. I don't hate it. It's just I don't want to be stuck on a 7-pin, 8-pin pair weight.
Yes,
Either way.
As bad as that seems, I think May will take any dealer Riichi. What 7-pin is twice cut, so the 8-pin's actually like the weight as a whole is weaker, but the 8-pin becomes
it's very
stronger.
hard for someone else to use the 8-pin.
Yeah, that's quite interesting.
We know that we're able to that. Yeah.
Notably, Seto's already opened with the south.
Fujikawa is actually Shanten right now. The sister template. You know what? Don't worry about it. Just draw the 8-pin first, and then wait on 2-5. Okay. That solves all my concerns.
Now the rest of the table gets to decide how much they want to fight against a dealer. Seto opens a little bit more vulnerable here, but has some safety.
Yeah, looking at 2-5, I think it's a 6-tile weight. So even though we're at the start of row 2, it's still plenty of... Oh, sorry, 5-tile weight. But even though we're at the start of row 2, there's still plenty of tiles out there to draw.
Fujikawa Dama. Fremont 6-man Pihu only.
Yeah, I think in that situation, you don't want to risk dealing into May. I would be more tempted to attack into this, but that's only because I would be so anxious about the final.
She's really targeting this 6-man that is safe against the dealer Riichi.
It is definitely true though if it is Genbutsu.
I wonder if at some point Fujikawa just takes the Riichi anyway.
I think that's reasonable, yeah. Maybe at this point if we're cutting to 5, although we're talking about if you're going to hide the fact you're Tenpai to reach when you have to cut a really dangerous tile. But instead we're going to fold.
Yeah, at least dance a little bit. She has 1-so, 2-so to play around. And the 6-so as well, 3-so, 6-so. So she can cut away from an entire shape in the Sozu and try to rebuild it somewhere else.
Exactly. And the important thing is that her read is absolutely correct. That 5 of characters does deal in, so...
It's always so impressive to me when players fight, and then stop. And the tile they stop on is the dealer tile.
It is very satisfying when you make a call like that and it turns out to be correct. I guess the few times it's not satisfying is when that happens like 6 times in a row and you don't get to win. But at least when you get sort of reassured that I'm on it. My finger's on the pulse. I'm feeling it. I'm in the zone. By the way, I'm actually kind of excited about the 2. The 2 just ruins it all. I was gonna say the potential 2-4 sound shocky here.
I was completely on board with you there.
Unfortunately, it's over.
It truly is here. 3 6-so out, so she's kind of hoping she can drop the 5-so maybe in the future instead of the 2-so. We'll see if she gets to there. Yeah, nope. Where are these 2-5 mon? Looks like May's had a lot of sumo chances and just hasn't pulled it in.
See 5 of them, I believe. Which should mean there's still 3 left to draw. Someone's got to pick them up, surely. At least one of them. Question becomes who?
Perhaps this. Oh, nope, just another north wind. And if it does go to a draw, May will likely be picking up 3,000 points, 1,000 from each of the other players. Sort of net exchange of 4,000 in terms of the point difference. Dora
Doesn't give her
comes
any
out.
position right now. But, I should say, every point matters, especially in this 3 Hanchan format.
Hara finding her way to Chito Ishantan.
Yeah, I really respect how even Seto is 1 away from Tempai right now. Just still trying to find some way of being able to claim, if nothing else, that Tempai. Oh, we see another one of the 2! As they continue to get drawn and not played. She will see that she was right and to avoid dealing in on the 2 and 5 of characters, though. Very good decision.
Indeed.
And as you say, May claims 3,000 points. And we go again. South 2, repeat number 1, 1 Riichi 6 on table. Given how close the scores are, maybe the pot actually starts being a bit more important than usual.
Yeah, it seems in a lot of games you go back to those rounds where you were Tempai, you managed to find Tempai at draw, or you collected a couple of Riichi 6 in the middle table, and that ends up becoming the difference. East pair here for the dealer.
Yeah, the East pair is very, very nice to see.
Oh.
And what is this?
This looks like Kokushi.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think it's 9, but with pairs. So
Yes.
it's not as good as it looks. Then we've got quite a few too many pairs to make Kokushi that viable. And with the East called, it might dissuade her just a little bit more. Oh no, she's got an East. Take it. That's 10. Okay. Well, I'm excited. You guys, you should get excited. I'm just saying.
Could we actually see a Kokushi in the finals? Should give her the 2-so and one of these pairs, so 2 away from Tempai.
So we're missing 1 so and green, right? They're 2. There's 1 of the greens, but still 3 left to draw.
Yeah, the South as well, but there's the South! So now it truly is just the 1-so in the green. Ishantan for Kokushi.
Quick, everyone. Count the 1 so.
Six-pin will not work.
I think it's just the 1 here in Fujikawa's hand.
And I just saw 1 green dragon only, so there are plenty in the
6
wall.
tiles. She needs to draw 2 of them.
Tempai.
And it's already... I don't see anyone playing the 1 pin. So that is 2 of the 4 tiles there taken out. But who knows?
2 pin, 1 pin
Maybe
is...
this hand will be shut down.
Yeah, I guess Hara has a choice to make as to whether she cuts the north or the 1 pin for Tempai. And you would expect the north, but...
Where are these 6 tiles?
Shantan for Fujikawa. That has been steadily improving, but May's gotten there first, and Hara has the real threat here. West will not work here.
If she cuts 1 pin, she will deal in. So there's a chance that she misses on her final pair discard if she does get to Tempai with this hand.
Wider shape for Fujikawa. Ipeko chance if she draws 6 pin, but 2 held here by Seto. There's one of the green dragon.
Green dragon.
Two pin.
Two pin deals in.
Oh, it will be denied by the dealer May. East only. Sorry, East.
Valiant attempt, though.
I missed what the door was in that hand. 6 mon, yeah, so East Dora 1. We'll collect the Riichi stick and add an extra 300 points due to the Honba.
I like how the cameraman just lingers on the dream. What could have been? Very good attempt, Hara. I appreciate that. Thank you for trying. And with a hand like that, you've got to. But yes, as you say, the scores are very close for game 1 of 3 in this final. Obviously, first place gets that huge first place bonus, but everyone else is in Mangan range now. If we count the Honba. At least Mangan Sumo. No, Mangan Direct range, yeah. Mangan Sumo range works with that, even with that Honba.
And I have to wonder, especially for Hara, how you are calming yourself down after being so close to a Yakuman.
It's hard.
I had the experience of being Yakuman Kokushi Tenpai in a championship before, and my heart was absolutely racing, and I had trouble in the couple hands that followed, just calming myself down, being able to play the rest of the game. It was similar to Hara, a position where I really needed the points there.
Yeah, that's definitely very relatable. My very first tournament game, I think I managed to win Suwonko. I actually got lucky enough to win it, but from the rest of that game onwards, I was sort of shaking just from the adrenaline of it all, and I made so many mistakes from that point onwards because I don't know. It was my first tournament game, and I got so excited.
It's so understandable. Recently in that's a great draw for Hara.
Yeah, it's always fun to have tournament luck happen. I think that very same day, I think there was a power cut. A lot of weird things happened that day, and I won a Yakuman.
Certainly,
sometimes Mahjong works in mysterious ways.
Having been there before, I imagine if it happened in a tournament again, it'd be a little bit easier for you to manage.
Oh yeah.
Have that happen in your first tournament though is incredible.
The very first game, we needed it too because it was a team tournament, and I think I was second up, and the first place person took a fourth.
Understandable.
So it's much like what we'll be seeing very soon, maybe from the players here.
And this is where Hara, being a very experienced Mahjong player, might be able to handle it better than
oh yeah, absolutely.
Us in our first experience. Yakuman at an important table. And she has a nice hand here. We'll get to see it potentially a world where we find 2-4 Sanchoku. It's a little bit difficult to make those shapes work out, but it can happen.
Faith in it. I think we can make the 5 of characters a pair. I believe it's 5 characters in hand. Just have to draw the 2, right? It's not a problem. So, at this point, we're keeping the floating Dora because obviously we're going to try and make the hand worth a little bit more than one hand for Seto, even though Seto doesn't necessarily need to win. Okay, this is not the Sanshoku, but a very nice one away.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot for Seto, who doesn't want to lose her safety, but values the Dora more.
She will call and play the Dora now. I think looking at her calls. I think she has Yakai. Yep. She's not a Zuki on the south, right?
North call in her collection of tiles. So Tenpai on the south and as well, which will give a second value. Seven pin also will be a winner.
I guess the other interesting thing is because she played the Dora 4, maybe. Oftentimes I tend to trust Tsuji more when I see someone has played the Dora. I shouldn't do that, and occasionally I'll just get this really bad feeling about it.
Yeah, I mean...
Oftentimes, if you have a choice between, say, I don't know, 2, 4, 6, and 4 is the Dora, you would choose the 4. You choose the shape that has the Dora in it to stay in your hand.
Right. And I think that's it makes a lot of sense. And maybe the situations where you get a bad feeling is when you see the player doesn't need the Dora. Like they already have a big lead, or they're in some position where it would benefit them to discard the Dora. Maybe they already have a manga showing as the Senpin. I believe that was the Senpin comes out, and Seto will get the win there. But perhaps you've already called another Dora 3. There's a con or something, and you drop a different Dora, or you drop an Aka if you're playing with red 5s. And then you have, the player doesn't actually need that Dora to make the value in their hand, so they're just cutting it in order to increase their win rate. And that's where the alarm bells start going off.
Yes.
And where any other player would keep the Dora in their hand, but this player is cutting it, there must be a reason. And maybe that reason is they're setting a trap.
Exactly so, yes. And I will say one thing, this dealing is actually very, very important for May, because that does put her into 3rd place after losing 1,000 points. So 1,600, I believe it was.
Scoreline, every little bit counts.
That one position has cost her 20,000 points in rank bonus. So very important that she tries to get this back.
Two more
Seto's
rounds
going to try and stop it.
to do it.
The North is not a wind, but she'd easily pick up that green dragon. If I was Seto, I would be going for a very cheap hand, a very quick one. Oh, I hadn't seen this flush from Fujikawa. Maybe Fujikawa actually has something worth pushing here to try and sneak back in.
I mean, first place is still up for grabs, and Fujikawa has drawn excellently in the Manzu.
Yeah, exactly. A Mangan Sumo is more than enough, and an open full flush would do it. That'll be more than enough to get Fujikawa into first place going into South 4.
Good progression from Mei, though. And Hara, everyone is speeding along, feeling some of their weaker shapes.
This is the curse of the flush, though. The second you sort of decided it's a flush, suddenly, every time you draw, it's going to be a Sozu.
Yeah, it feels like when your mind is open to different suits, you keep drawing in one suit. And then when you've closed your mind, all right, wait, I just need Manzu. Then all of a sudden you don't get any. But Chi.
Cool, put a 1 away from the half flush tempai, 2 away from the full flush.
Nice thing about the flush is that you have a confirmed Yaku, so you can open Ishanten.
Is that going to get called? No. But it couldn't be called even if she wanted to. Okay, that does help her confirm that full flush. That's what she really wants at this point, because a 5-hand hand is so much better than just a really bad half flush with a pair of dragons.
Yeah, and there could be 6-han as well. There is a world where you end up with Itsu.
That's very true. Especially after drawing that 1.
There we go.
No, not anymore.
Tempai.
It's not just yet. She can always draw the 2 or 3 and swap it over to get that Itsu, as you say, though.
Yeah, I believe she called the 1, 2, 3 already, so should be Itsu Tempai as we speak.
Did I miss that? I must have missed that. Oh no. In which case, you're absolutely correct.
This would be a better Ishanten if we cut the 8, 9 in theory. However, we lose our Dora acceptance. So you can start the 1-so or 4-so.
That's interesting. Yeah, I might have given up on Dora acceptance at this point, but...
Oh, speaking about Dora acceptance, Dama.
Yes.
She does not want to cut a Mon-tile. She doesn't have to. Seto will...
Very smart, very disciplined.
Target the green dragon, which has 1 left. That's the red.
That's not quite.
May has to decide whether this east will pass or not. It is not seen on the board. And if it...
The sad thing about trying to play around someone who's doing a flash, we are going to see a pursuit reach here, finally. Waiting on that 7. But when you know what other people are doing, it's you could definitely play around it, but it's always fun to get that sort of extra problem, I guess. Are we going to see another reach here?
There's a small temptation to just
Hmm.
get out. I mean, she's evaluating whether the 8-pin will pass because there are two 7-pins out.
Yeah. And Seto isn't first. She doesn't need to be the one dealing in, especially to the dealer reach here. Oh.
1 mon is more live than 2 mon, but that means 1 mon is also safer than 2 mon. Do we value the better weight? Oh, I think that's a 1 mon actually in the pawn to the right. So they're same number of tiles discarded.
The game's asking, hey, do you want to get back into Tempai? It's another North.
Just in case you didn't notice, you were Tempai. You can play the 8-pin. Hara, of course, very incentivized to take this challenge. Ooh, chi here would increase to a better weight.
The 6-9 weight, yes. And it's going to be taken. Which I think removes the Itsu from this hand.
If the 9 mon is the winner, yes.
Yes. But still, more tiles is more important. The hand you don't win is worth 0 points after all. In fact, it's worth negative points because you're probably letting someone else win.
Hara could see that there's 1 fewer 7. So, oh, there it is, the deal-in tile.
No. It's Adora, but she's more than willing to play it.
Ura as well, Riichi, Dora, Ura.
Suddenly, Hara might be back in this game.
It would have been a really amusing play for Fujikawa to have discarded the 6 mon there and gone for Itsudora too. But certainly understandable to aim for the Mongon for first place. And this will drop Fujikawa to 3rd, and now Hara the chance to overtake. Also, that was Hara's dealership, right?
It was. She still got a dealership. We go into repeat number 1.
So that was even larger than I was assuming. 7,700.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, right? Because it's one of those situations where I think I might... How many of the 6 of Bamboo did we see? It might be a situation where it was walled off, but...
The other...
I still don't feel good about playing Dora that late, especially if it was live Dora.
A small note, perhaps, is that Hara, when she had the choice earlier about cutting the 1-so and the 4-so for the headless Ishanten, she got the 4-so, making the Dora Suji. And, of course, Suji doesn't really work that well with the Dora shape, with the Dora tile, but it is a small amount of percentage points regardless, and perhaps that helped assist Fujikawa in discarding the 7-so. Even if it's not a lot, like every little bit counts.
It assisted you in losing points.
But that's part of like you push fold, right? You are collecting information throughout the course of the game, and all these small things combine to make to help you make your decision.
I just like the way you phrased it.
and that's how I see it. Is when you when you choose to discard the 4-so versus the 1-so, there you are just adding little signals that will assist other players in making the wrong decision.
Yes, hello, welcome everybody tuning in. We are in South 3 of game 1 of 3. These 4 teams are our final 4 teams. By the end of the day, we will have a champion.
Seto has gotten off to a great start for Team Heartland. And the other 3 have been making great challenges to the lead, but so far Seto is still strong.
Dominating this entire game so far.
Ever since that wait 3 turns Ipatsumo.
Yes, exactly. The new technique that I shall have to try and employ. I'll let you know how it goes.
I'll have to go back to that hand again after this ends, or maybe viewers, if you're interested, you can scroll back and figure out why exactly she chose that timing to Riichi, but it was impeccable.
Yes.
And now Hara attempting to maintain her dealership, make the climb back.
I like the potential she's got going, but also potentially going for that all inside hand. The one's so staying for now, but it might not stay forever. We'll have to see.
Another pair, a little awkward. You can think about Tateniu. You can, I guess we have what, 3 pairs now. Yeah, we're not aiming for G-Toy.
I wouldn't be committing to that Tateniu, yet. So I wouldn't be thinking about Cheeto, but maybe I should be more. I don't know. Cheeto's one of those hands where I either think about it all the time, or I don't think about it enough.
Oh, that's
okay.
That works. So we can cut away from one of these so tiles. Maybe you have to decide whether you want to cut from a central so tile now, or start with a one so and maybe incorporate another door somehow.
Okay, and we're going to see a rather aggressive, I would argue, but Fujikawa needs to make something happen. It's South 3 and she's in 3rd place. Going for that flush of her own in the bamboo tiles.
Seto from Ishanten will cut away from the door indicator sooner rather than later. You don't want to be holding door adjacent tiles against a flush in the door suit.
Speaking of rare Yaku, Seto could be going for a 3 concealed triplets hand. If she can draw in those 2 more pairs. Triplets, but we do see a reach from the dealer. Hara's here to make everyone else on this table sweat.
And again, it's a Fujikawa flush versus a Hara Riichi, dealer Riichi at that.
And we can see Seto just defend her lead. Absolutely the right thing to do.
7 pin, but it's too late. Maybe we'll escape as well.
Yeah, I would love to see the 79 Sanshoku, but maybe now's not the time.
It feels like the safe suit against this Riichi is the Monzu. However, the weight is 3/6 Mon.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Cutting the pair of one Mons, drawing a triplet. That would be Tenpai for the 3 concealed triplets. Had Seto gone for it, but she doesn't need to attack. She doesn't need to attack. She can stay nice and safe.
5 Mon.
Having said
safe.
that is a 10. Again, Tenpai.
Can you?
The 1 pin is not safe, but
yeah, the lower pin tiles just have now come out. She can hope to draw it though.
Yeah, we see that they are held right here, but
Sumo.
She does not. And there's a sumo.
It's Takame, the Sanshoku side. Ichitsumo, Tateniu, Sanshoku, Pinfu, Dora. Baimon? It's a 24,000 points? And suddenly we have a new leader. The Takame Sumo by Hara. She has been down this entire game, at one point as low as just over 8,000 points, and she leads now at 40,000 with the dealer Baimon Sumo.
That is a huge lead going into this. And she could be now playing the Zoro Seto right now. She could be taking it easy. She doesn't have to, obviously, if her hitting hand is very good. Try and increase that lead more. Every point you score now is going to be a point that for your team in the next match.
Incredible stuff from Kokushi Ishanten to now this dealer Baimon Sumo. And Hara is not done yet. She continues her dealership with 2 Honba. Suddenly the target off of Seto's back and onto Hara.
I don't hate this hand. I see the 1-2-3 Sanshoku, and I like this hand a lot more though. From Fujikawa.
Seto now could play differently.
Right?
She has been folding at the slightest sign of danger, and now pressure to aggress once again.
Yeah, that's very true. Seto would still be very happy with second here, I think. But oh wow. Okay, two away for Fujikawa, but 2 away after 2 draws is still very nice. The pairs are going to be awkward to complete though. I don't even think Seto's been necessarily folding every hand. Like definitely in the last one, she had the option for Tenpai. She ended up not taking it because of the 1 pin being too dangerous. But she's not just been completely folding every hand.
Not giving up the hands, playing her hands until the Riichi or until the Tenpai, and then dancing around that Tenpai. Sometimes breaking her own Tenpai in order to avoid dropping something dangerous. Now
The question
we
of
might
how
see
much
her
can I
take
get
the fight
away with
immediately.
is a tricky one, yeah. But yeah, absolutely. From this point onwards, because of that huge first place bonus, the Oka, we will be seeing, I think, a lot more aggression from Seto. We'll be seeing a lot more defense from Hara. I'm not sure. We'll see.
Yeah, the suddenly, I think it can be really challenging in the game of Mahjong when you have been down for so long and you've been playing with this value building, big aggressive sort of mindset, and then suddenly you're in the lead and it's hard to change perspectives.
Sometimes you feel like you're invincible, and that's when you make the mistake. Well, I say you. I mean me. That's when I make the mistake.
Well, hello for Mon specifically. Hello.
Yes, 2-4 Sancho. Very
pin
definitely achievable for Hara.
Another pair for
trade out our 1-pin pair for a 3-pin pair.
So now
Here's one away.
The issue is, again, she wants to use that Dora. So the main route to being able to use this is the 7 so. By the way, to refer to chat, I believe that these are untimed. As opposed
I believe
to
that they are 80-minute time limit. It's the same 80-minute time limit as before.
Okay.
The reason why we got confused yesterday is because there was one game that went for about 104 minutes. But that was I think there was a little break where that was not edited out, where they cut to the organizers and the commentary team in Japan. So I believe it is 80 minutes plus the final hand and then one hand after, because I do remember the bell ringing at least in the top 12 phase. I don't know if we're going to see that in the top 4. Maybe it'll be different. But the top 12 phase was timed.
Okay, that's valuable information.
Who knows if top 4 will be different. Either way, we are getting to an exciting conclusion here.
That is a great point, because this game has been going on for a decent amount of time, so I wonder if
I guess the thing to keep in mind, guys, is it's around about the 80-minute mark. If we see a little cut as the bell rings, we don't have audio, unfortunately, because we have the original commentary of the audio, so we have to strip that off. But if you see a little cut to the players all being alerted by a bell, that will be the timer running out. Either way, though. Yes, as you say, not too much has changed. We do see that really nice 8 of bamboo draw from May.
Hara's still looking for that 2-3 for Sanchoku too, so.
And Seto still has that 8 of bamboo she can't quite use yet.
Tateniu shift.
We may see Hara just actually. Here's a question. If I were behind, I would be calling for one hand. I'm not sure I would be doing that for Hara now, though, from first.
I think it's still okay.
Assuming that she gets the opportunity to. Like, maybe I'd call the 7-man. I wouldn't call 2 or 5 of bamboo there.
Yeah, there's a question of if you even want to be the dealer going into the last round. If there is a time limit.
True. Oh, that's actually a really good point.
Oh, we're going to see a tempai from May. Slamming the Riichi. Dora 1, waiting on the 7 pin. Not that many draws left. And triple.
And we do see 3 of them right here. So it's going to be very hard to draw. This must be a call to change the draw order, right?
It's a play for tempai, actually.
But it didn't change her Shanten.
I think maybe there's also a Toy chance, and she might have reconsidered after making the call.
Okay.
Or maybe she thinks that calling this way is an easier path to tempai.
Either way, is a useful. That's tempai.
Yeah, tempai for Hara.
For choosing to Dharma on the 7 of characters. I don't think there are any 7 characters left, and no reason to force yourself into attacking at this point.
I think
when
the
you can just claim your payment.
4-pin was a bit of a push here, and it's makes the 7-pin Suji. That will be
Oh
dealt
no!
out.
Sahara deals into May,
Riichi,
meaning that South 4 is going to be very interesting.
yes, just Riichi Dora 1, but may look at the Riichi stick back, as well as a couple hundred points of Honba sticks. 600 added to the total. And now,
But more importantly, Hara is now in range of Seto.
8.
10,000 points is the number I like to talk about. When Seto gains 8,000, Hara pays 2,000. That's more than enough for Seto to overtake.
So a Seto Mongan Sumo allows her to take over first place. A Seto Mongan Ron off of Mei or Fujikawa is a tie. And Fujikawa
Yes.
here
I think
in
scores a shed on tie, right? Pretty sure.
yeah,
I don't think it's a
Fujikawa
superiority thing.
dealer wants to build a big hand.
We do in fact go South 4. So even if 8 minutes had gone past, they would finish the hand they're currently playing and then play one more. So even if it does go over 80 minutes, there is still a little bit more mahjong after that point to be played.
Thankfully, it's what we want to see. We want to see all the mahjong.
Exactly.
It's been such an exciting game to this point. Would love to see Fujikawa go on an absolute dealer tear. Some weak hands here around the board. Difficult shapes for Hara to complete. Fujikawa, a couple Penchon or Kanchan shapes of her own.
Yeah, I feel kind of bad for Fujikawa. She can't make it back in this one hand. She definitely has Adora, of course, but I don't see much value other than that. Although this is definitely something that players of this level will be better at than me, making value where it's very hard to see otherwise. And because you have a bad hand, you have sort of more wiggle room to try and force value to happen. This is where I'm really bad. It's something I need to definitely work on. Trying to find ways to sort of add extra Yaku when you need the points. Sometimes sacrificing efficiency for those points.
Oh, big
May
draw.
has that pair of. Oh yes, definitely. I say May has that pair of the White Dragon. I don't actually even want to call it, right?
Her goal is to pass Seto, so I think calling the White Dragon is not enough here.
Exactly. Like, you could try and solidify third place, but you really want second going into game 2.
Yeah, plan of 456 Sanchoku, perhaps. Now, will we see 1-2 pin?
We absolutely will.
One away from Tempai.
Just for now.
Hara really wants this 3-so.
We might even see a 7-pair shift from Seto here, which is kind of gross, but I definitely respect it.
Each symbol Chitoi Uratu. I guess there's no door in that hand, so you can even, I guess, Ron and hit Uratu for the Mongan to tie. This is the spot where even if you don't get the hand that overtakes for first place, a second place finish is still okay. You can consider that a positive result for your team. 2 games to be played after this.
Yeah, there is only one winner, but there are 3 hand chans, so you don't have to get all the points in game 1. If you get 3 seconds in a row, and no one else gets 2 firsts, then you're probably going to win. Ideally, you want to do better than that, but just make sure you keep scoring points. Okay, a very good pickup here for the dealer. Fujikawa might be keeping this dealership a little bit longer. I wasn't that impressed with the hand to start off with, but it's still not particularly valuable.
Notably, though,
but it has gone to the Tempai.
The Hatsu has been cut twice, so Green Dragon not available as a call for the dealer.
That's a very good point. But potentially Pure Sequence is available.
Yeah, she's hedging that door acceptance. Oh, another pair candidate, but it's a slightly wider one that accepts the 6 pin as well. And Seto will hold for the door acceptance here. Oh, 3-so. Big time tempai for Hara as the leader. Dama waiting on the 6-so and the 3-so. One held by Fujikawa, but she will not play it just yet.
Yeah, no reason to. She can always use the 5 as her pair.
And that's
keep that triplet of the 6.
exactly how that's going to be played. So Fujikawa unlikely to deal in here.
Yeah, as you say, with that Green Dragon already twice cut, you don't need to keep it. And you can still try and get the Tempai through any other paths.
I worry for Seto, though, if she draws the Dora. Oh, there is the Dora! The 3-so surely comes out. The Riichi.
Yeah.
This is her opportunity to take over from first place, but that would deal in unless she senses the danger. Somehow.
What's the other choice? What's the other choice in this situation?
I can't see a path other than slamming the Riichi.
Like, I could maybe, if you really, really suspect that 3-so, justify 9-pin. 9-pin, we see 3 of the 8 pins, and you've got 3 of the 9s. It's safe, but
she doesn't
it's a hard
like
tempo
it.
to refuse at this point in the game.
If she didn't sense anything, she would have slammed already, I'm sure. So, can she somehow avoid this? The camera giving us, showing us that Hara's waiting. 3-so, 6-so, and it comes out!
It does come out!
Hara will claim victory.
So Hara will be claiming game 1.
Pifu Dora 1, or Hara, will claim the first place with 39,400 plus 49.4 for Team Fusion.
Yes, Team Fusion, who only got through on a second place in the top 12 round because they were the closest score to first on their table. 3,200 points.
Blood for Seto, a still strong result, plus 7.4 in second place.
Exactly so. Team All Sirius in third right now with that minus 18.6, but it's not the end. It's not the end. We have 2 more games for you. And I am looking forward to watching them, but I'm not going to be the one commentating them. I will be replaced for today with Tipzntrix.
Thanks so much, Carl, for sharing the excitement of that first game.
I always love it when the player goes for Yakon and almost gets it. I would prefer if she actually did get it. But either way, she did manage to pull back and get that win in the end. With that amazing hand in South 2? South 3? I can't remember now.
South 3, her dealership, yeah. The Baibon Sumo.
Erika Hara. The magical, the legendary, the heroic coming through in the clutch. It is only game 1, but man, it did not look good. Seto was ahead the whole time.
Tips, what's your opinion on the wait 3 turns of Patsu Sumo?
I don't know how she did it.
Fitting as well for Jeremy to come in after we see a Sanzo victory, though.
Yeah, I do know in South 4 she got that big Sanzo. I don't know how she knew when to Riichi in South 3. Interesting.
Well, hopefully game 2 is just as exciting as game was. Thanks again, Carl. Look forward to commentating with you once again in the near future for the individual finals.
Yeah, exactly so. But yes, it's my last time commentating for the team championship. It's been fun though, and I'll be watching the rest of this final very intently. Have a good one, everybody. Play your Mahjong.
Definitely set the stage. Good job setting the stage for these crazy matches. Seto had essentially almost the whole game up until Hara got her last dealer turn.
And we'll see now if Team Fusion can maintain the lead in the final 2 games. Shall we go to the players?
Yeah, the only representative of the Orb League. So they are essentially representing all of Western Japan at this point against the Tokyoites of the Scepter League. The other 3 teams.
Very good.
And first we have Ashiki from SPM for Team Heartland. In the south seat, Midori Uchimura for JPM or from JPML for All Sirius. In the west seat, Makiko Saika of RMU for the Three Arrows channel. And in the north seat, hoping to follow up Hara's performance, we have Yukari Nakagawa from JPML for Team Fusion.
Yeah, it's always interesting as one game ends, the perspective for each of the players changes, and it changed quite rapidly there at the end. For a while, it seemed like Team Heartland would be defending the lead, and suddenly it's Team Fusion. So the players who knew they were playing second will have made a quick adjustment to their strategy, and I think we are ready for the second game to begin.
All right. Oh man, pulled out the huge win in South 3, and then the Sanzo to close it out, the 3-so power. You could tell that in the previous game, Seto had to make a really tough decision there, I think.
Definitely
She
knew
thought a
that
lot.
the tile was suspicious.
The power of Sanzo, knew about the power of Sanzo, but the tempai there wasn't really any other way. It was much slower any other route, and she went for it, and unfortunately for her, Sanzo always deals it.
Truly. Well, it'll be up to our dealer Ashiki for Team Heartland to hopefully accomplish that first place. Perhaps she gets off to the good start that
first
Seto did
dealer.
as well.
Right now, they're the only other team with a positive score other than Fusion. To be expected.
Uchimura representing.
And Saika have their work cut out for them.
All Sirius. Saika here. 3 arrows. The 3 arrows green.
Right. The perfect dragon for their team. But actually, I don't think Saika has the green dragons this time around.
But a very green Dora to start us off. 8-so and 7-so rather, and 1 held by Saika.
Right.
Uchimura as well.
There's a lot of Yakuhai pairs, a lot of value honor pairs here, but none have been completed so far. And the Dora are in a hand that don't have the honor. Oh no, there's one. There's one here for Uchimura. But I wonder where the other Dora are.
Yeah, Saika, unfortunately, not actually holding the Dora.
Nakagawa very close to Tenpai.
Definitely the best hand for out of the bunch, it feels like. At least the fastest looking hand.
Yeah, it's one of those hands where it's debatable whether you should call the green dragon or not. Because you could get so many points if you don't, but you're also right there if you do. Tenpai, you don't have to worry about Atotsuke having to get the Yaku after the fact. So it's an interesting decision.
Oop. Nice 4-pin draw that allows us to shift into Pinhu. A little bit of extra value there, and our dealer now has potential Junchan.
Yeah, I guess she didn't just want regular Chanta. That half outside hand, she wanted the full outside hand, no more honors, cutting the pair of north.
And for the full
I don't
value.
see that many. Yeah, I don't see that many norths on the table. Maybe I'm missing something, but
I think
feels a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, I think that's an easier decision to make when you already have a pair in your hand and you're floating other blocks for a potential completed shape.
Saika just pulled Tenpai here. 2-so and 3-so?
Yeah, it's not a good wait, and there's value in the 1-2-3 Sanjuku, so she'll wait.
Ooh, not waiting on 3-so. Well, she is waiting on 3-so, but she can't roan here. No Yaku. Big draw. Big draw for Uchimura.
Yeah, even a 4-so pull-in will be perfectly acceptable for Saika, who can then slam the Riichi and still win on the 1-so. Tempai?
Oh, even bigger draw for Uchimura. 2 in a row. Big tempai.
Riichi Dora 1, potentially East as well, and now Saika draws the 8-so. That does not fit, and that looks extremely dangerous, being so close to the Dora.
Not the tile you want to see here.
She can try to Babashi with 3-so, 3-so. We'll fight!
Oh, fires it off, but doesn't reach. He's still looking for the value. I guess Saika is in last. Well, her team is in last place right now, so going to play a little more aggressively than usual.
6-pin clears. Is this a so tile? No, Tumon. Another really bad tile against that Riichi. Fighting.
Goes for it anyway. This time reaching.
Says, I cannot wait any longer. We did have Tempai from Nakagawa, but she did not take it.
Yeah, Nakagawa is much further ahead in the score list. Her team after Hara's big game. So she has more room to play defensively here.
Yeah, certainly.
7-so being Dora.
Don't want to jam out a Dora against 2 Riichis. There's notably Saika, I believe when she declared her Riichi, it was a Karagiri Riichi, so the 2-mon that she drew was not the Riichi tile. She discarded the one out of her hand, so it looks like she was fighting with the 8-so from Ishanten and then drew into Tempai and declared the Riichi. Certainly, if she had just discarded the 2-mon that she drew, it would have raised a lot of questions about what was contents of her hand.
What was going on with that hand? Looks like Ashiki is probably going to have to let this first dealer go. She's thinking very hard about it, but I think it's more to find a safe tile against 2 Riichis. So unfortunately for Heartland, no luck on their first dealer. We'll see if they can avoid having to pay the sumo penalty of the dealer, though.
When did the East
might
being
go
held?
to draw.
One is discarded, so East not really a live tile at this point. I wonder if this will be a theme for the majority of the game is anytime one of the teams in the negatives declares a Riichi, the 2 teams in the positives just fold out.
Dora, that was a very scary tile to draw in the Riichi if you're not waiting for it, but it passes. And I guess that reveals to Nakagawa that maybe she could have gone for it, but you know, can't base your decisions off of what happens after. You have to base them off of what was in the moment. Ashiki and Nakagawa both paying out the no 10 penalty, 1,500 each. And there's a lot of points in the middle already after the first hand.
A relatively tame start to the game, but that only builds up to a larger win in the next hand. Uchimura, now the dealer for our team, all serious.
Yeah, our 3rd and 4th place teams currently ahead. Not by much, but they are ahead.
Sorting complete. 9 Mondora, a little tricky to use here. A lot of honor tiles for Uchimura to discard. Saika, on the other hand, a collection of so tiles, a couple weak shapes. We'll cut away from one of them to begin with. Nakagawa potential Itsu in the Manzu, straight. And okay hand for Ashiki, holding on to one of those door 9-mon.
Yeah, that's got to be the best draw for Uchimura here. Big pair up. Able to call the White Dragon now for her hand if she wants to. I mean, the hand's not worth too much, but there is 2,300 bonus points in the middle, so as the dealer, just take that. Oh yeah, she's still gonna fish for Dora though, keeping the 8-mon around.
Yeah, I believe the hand is Nearing completion, though. Could be the first Riichi here.
Yep. Most likely the 8-mon disappears, but if she draws a 7-mon, it's definitely not going to disappear. Or if she draws a 9-mon, she might actually go for the funky weight, the 7-mon only weight, the edge weight, penchan. Any way you want to describe it, it's not as easy to finish as those open-ended inside ways. 3, 4, 5. So this is an option, but it doesn't use Dora. Yeah, out it goes.
You expect the white dragon north way to be... Oh, excuse me, I had a premium.
Yeah, I think at a premium.
No.
Oh, the 7 showed up! That one caught me a little off guard. She's gonna go for the
my sneeze
Fujiten
as
one.
well caught me off guard.
Oh man, I've been a little sniffly this past week, so you'll have to excuse me. 2 Dora though for
Ooh,
Ashiki.
big draw. And we saw Uchimura take the Fujiten 3-sided, believing that has a better chance of filling out before she has to worry about the Fujiten later.
Yeah, definitely not able to open anymore though. A couple downsides: not being able to call the White Dragon and being Fujiten. Yeah, there it goes. I don't expect it to be called. Nope. Maybe she never planned on calling it in the first place.
I guess, oh yeah, there it is. Tempai Riichi only, waiting on 2-5
That's
pin.
it. Yep. But there are, as we mentioned, 2,300 bonus points in the middle. She's also dealer.
Yeah, small Uda. Also, you're looking at 2,000 all plus the sticks, so very promising
Quite
now.
reasonable value. Maybe even Ipatsu if she's lucky. Does she have the timing of Hara? Knowing when to call it? Ooh, not quite.
Maybe in 3 draws, we'll see if
Right, maybe should have waited 3. We saw Saika wait a couple turns this time for her Riichi, but it didn't work out for her. She did manage to take it to the draw and get some penalty points, though. Oh, there's the White Dragon. Too little, too late.
Ashiki has a really interesting hand when we take a look again. Ishanta in a couple different ways. There's pairs, and there's Riichi Ipeiko, Dora 2. With 2 Dora, I mean, you definitely want to try to challenge, but it's a dealer Riichi.
What will we see? There's a 5, 6, 7. Not quite Tempa yet. But Saika and Nakagawa definitely knocking on the door here. Of course, it's a very dangerous door to knock on when you're talking about dealer Riichi and Ashiki with all these Dora.
Ashiki is really trying to fight against this.
Yeah, she decided to flip to 7 pairs. It's always a matter of when you really try it, how aggressive are you playing and how slow are you willing to go in order to take different weights. This is an amazing weight, but it requires a Dora discard.
Or you could just
take the bad weight.
Yeah, the bad weight. Wait on the Dora.
Oh, but it feels so bad. You can see the smile on her face. She's like, I have to get ready to discard Dora. A little coy smile of, yeah, she's not going to do it though.
Yeah, this is a spot where if she was not in the lead, if her team was not in the lead, I think she would take the challenge.
Yeah,
but
I think you're right there.
It's almost as if it's harder to play from the lead because you have the responsibility of maintaining the hopes of your team.
Yeah, especially when it's not your lead in specific, but it's your team's lead. It's I feel like a lot of it is especially for the Japanese teams, they do not want to be responsible for blowing somebody else's lead. That who made it on their team. Oh, triple Dora! You gotta be kidding me. It's a little late though.
Yeah, she's already backed away from the main point of attack, so maybe she could find a way around again, but there are only a few draws left.
Yeah, because Ashiki moved towards 7 pairs to try and safely get Tenpai against the Dueler Reach, and obviously you can't have 3 of a kind when you're making 7 pairs. Not in Riichi Mahjong, anyway.
Saika has plenty of safe tiles to work around. Nakagawa's
looks like
still
it's
kind
gonna
of
be-
close to being able to fight.
Hmm.
Ishunten again for
I feel like-
Ashiki.
At this point, it's probably Uchimura or nobody, though. There's not too many tiles left for Nakagawa to turn it around, but maybe Nakagawa at least makes Tenpai. I think she would really have to draw another door, though, and of course she can't.
And that's not it. So what's your safest tile here? There's so many pairs, it's actually difficult to choose, but this one 3
Riso passes this time. Riichi player has no choice, just cuts the red dragon. That leaves the red dragon open for Saika to discard as well.
One player Tenpai, but that means one more stick to collect.
Yeah,
from
2
the next
draws in
round.
a row. And this time, one of the Tenpai players is the dealer. So we're going to stick in position, stick in place, and go again.
These two repeat one. Should be 2 Homba. Uchimura maintains the dealership here.
Well, she's picking the tiles one by one. I haven't really seen this sorting method before. Where she basically makes an entire new hand as like a programmer. It's actually like watching an algorithm.
Yes. I quite enjoy that sorting style. It's
Some-
visually appealing.
Yeah. It's the I think they call it like min sort or something. Like when you need to sort something from smallest to largest, you run through your list and pick the lowest one, and then you run through it again and pick the next, and that's kind of how she was doing it.
I want to see somebody run a bubble sort algorithm.
Right. It just, I mean, I feel like I do that sometimes. I push the tiles closer to the other tiles, and then I come back to it again and I push them a little bit.
Oh wow,
So
this
maybe that's me.
dealer could be passed again to Tenpai Ishunten already.
Yeah. 3,300 bonus points here because nobody's won yet. It's still been all draws. Wait. Huh. Is there only one Homba? If it's been all,
I believe there are
somebody
2.
did win?
I believe there are 2.
Did I miss something? Yeah.
Because the first hand ended in Ryukyoku. So 1
I
repeat, but
think
2
it's
Homba.
a overlay update. Yep. Overlay mistype.
Tough for Nakagawa. You don't really like the 7-9 pin block, but it is a block in the hand. I'm kind of tempted to want a Tanya. We'll see what happens. Second door draw.
I think Ashiki's also made the first call of this entire game. We mentioned that previously. I think it was Uchimura or Saika who had the white dragon and the north pair, and by cutting the north pair, she wasn't able to call the white dragon.
Ooh.
She did draw into Tenpai pretty well, though, but didn't win.
Here's an important decision. You're going to cut one of your pin tiles. Is it the 3-2 pin for Tanya chances, or the 6-7 pin for perhaps a slightly better ending weight?
Yeah, I think 1-4 pin is already on the board.
Exactly. I think that really makes the decision easier.
You might also want to be able to call here because of all the bonus points in the middle. 3,600.
I'm always tempted when I'm cutting that 3-pin, 2-pin to make some other cuts in the middle so that it doesn't reveal to the table that I'm cutting with.
Yes. You're balancing the line between hiding the progress of your hand and holding a dangerous tile when somebody else reaches and you deal in.
Speaking
So
of
Nakagawa here,
Yeah.
Tenpai. No Riichi though, and no Yaku, so she cannot roan right now. Has to sumo.
bad central weights, unfortunately, but hoping for an improvement.
Right.
Even something like the 2-mon. Even if it doesn't lead to a
or
good weight.
even even any mixed triples, or not mixed, the pure double sequence, the Ipeiko, would allow her to not have to Riichi. Of course,
Uchimura.
Uchimura, no problem reaching here with the dealer huge hand.
5-8 pin, Riichi Pinshu. Tanyo.
I don't think that's Tenpai any longer, but
No.
it does save her from dealing in for a little while. 5-8 pin here for Uchimura. This is the weight she chose as opposed to the 1-4 pin. Sometimes those early tiles, well, that means there's less copies of them out there. It means players aren't going to use them more. Matters a little bit more if you're willing to do a Dama 10 closed Tenpai to try and sneakily catch a player. Ashiki making Tenpai open hand, so she doesn't have to declare her Tenpai.
Yep. Needs to catch one of those 3 pins, although might switch here.
Well, I don't expect 5-8 pin to come out right now. But will she be willing to discard 9 pin?
8 pin is 3 times visible to her. And yeah, we'll challenge the 9 pin. 9 pin, I guess, Gambitsu.
Yeah, I think 9 pin is safe here, at least to the Riichi
Oh,
player.
this feels like a chase.
Yeah, it's a 2 Dora. Sanzo discard. It doesn't deal in this time. 2-5 mon. The weight isn't good, but the value is very high, and the player's in Riichi, so it's not like they can change anything. Unfortunately, Ashiki has 2 more Dora and a 5 mon.
Oh! Sumo comes in for the dealer. Ura found as well. This is big. Riichi, Tsumo, Tanya, Pinfu, Ura. A manga on 4,000 all, plus all those sticks, including the new Riichi stick from Saika.
5 Riichi sticks, and you can see the Honba were updated on the overlay to make 2 just before she got her points, so she got the proper amount of bonus points there. Now all Sirius currently with the lead overall in the entire matchup.
Yes, including the scores from the previous. This is the power of being first place, a huge bonus to the player that finishes in first.
Yeah, I think it helps that Fusion is currently in last place right now.
Certainly. And that
Well,
is...
I guess they're not technically last place because of how the wind tying works. They're in 3rd place, but we still have a long way to go, so they're basically in last place right now.
Definitely dealer a couple pairs for this opening hand.
Yeah, this is going to be a fast hand. This is going to be a fast hand. I think every player has a reasonable shot at this. And a couple of our players, including the dealer, have an extremely fast shot at this.
4 pairs now. No. Decline.
Doesn't want it.
I declined the pairs. Thank you.
And Saika currently in 2nd place, but still a long way behind that 1st place because the Sumo took almost all the points on the table.
That's technically a little helpful, but not ideal for Uchimura.
It's going to be hard to make 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku with that.
Kind of
the
a
mixed triples.
Decision here, and we'll just play efficiently. Hold the central floating tiles, even if it means we don't lose out on some flush draws.
Yeah. 4 pin is the Dora. So on the one hand, maybe you want to play for more of it. On the other hand, maybe the feeling is that you can't actually get more tiles in Pinzu because everyone else is going to be hogging them.
Certainly with
so just play it efficiently.
2 strong central floating tiles, Riichi Pinfu Dora sounds very good. Although I think Saika actually doesn't have Pinfu here because she's the no, that's the South Sea. So yeah, perfect. Riichi Pinfu Dora.
Ashiki getting the Yakuhai though, the East Call. So that's fast. There's not many more bonus points on the table anymore. Only 900 from the Honba.
9 pin will be kept for Itsu chance. Can draw into Itsu on the 8 pin.
That could be a way to extract massive value. I mean, the Dora already with Pinfu was reasonable, but add a full straight onto it, the Itsu, and all of a sudden you're looking at Haneman potentially. with a little bit of luck.
And if you pair up the 9-pin, then you could even think about going back to the flush ideas.
That's true. Without too much trouble. Although I think in a lot of cases you kind of have to call it there, and you don't want to because of the lost value.
Yeah, flush Dora 1, it's okay.
It's still reasonable, yeah.
You definitely prefer to get there closed.
Oh, another Tenpai here. Ashiki. Tenpai now. With a really solid weight.
Saika keeps drawing the Mon tile she wants. Something else.
One away now for Nakagawa. Trying to have a strong second game for Team Fusion after the miracle of the first game. Uchimura still one away, but she has improved her weight a little bit here.
But that...
And it's over.
Just east. East only.
Yep.
Couple
Quick 1,000 points plus 900. Or is it 1,300? Didn't count the foo up. No, it is just 1,000 because of the open call. So that'll put Heartland out in second place. And Team Fusion really is in last place now.
Truly.
But they managed to make the comeback in the South round last time. So maybe they're just setting up for that this time. In fact, Nakagawa still has her East dealer to go, so she still has 2 dealers to go. Definitely don't count her out yet.
Still a lot of time. And wow, that's a nice collection of tiles for our dealer, Saika.
Yeah, and do not count out Saika right now with this draw.
You can see that 3-4-5 Sanshigu that was so beneficial in the last round for Team Fusion.
Maybe 3 arrows. I mean, their channel name is 3 arrows. I have to feel like Sanshoku has to be one of their specialty Yaku. The mixed triplets. 1 arrow for each suit.
I think the North discard. I think definitely Saika has the best opportunity in this hand. I mean,
yeah,
this is
I
technically
agree.
Ishanten for Nakagawa, but Kanchan with no value is.
I do like Ashiki's half flush right here, and Uchimura could, if she gets the right tiles, she's not too far away either. Oh, decisions.
It's difficult to hedge anything else here because you really need to hold that 8-pin. Right now, the 7-pin is acting as the pair in the hand. However, if you pair up one of the tiles of your weak shapes, then you get a diamond shape after cutting the 7-pin. So
might work out better that way. Yeah, Ashiki here with the aggressive call, not even of Dora, but of a complete guest wind. Putting a little bit of a spotlight on her side of the table.
I guess what calls immediately the question that pops in my hand. What is the Yaku?
Right. And looking at her discards, it definitely looks, even though she hasn't called any Sozu tiles, definitely looks like Sozu tiles.
Dora, that's a little bit difficult to try to push against a potential Sozu flush.
Yeah, Ashiki is also the West player, so it's doubly dangerous.
You have to, like, my first thought is, how do I work around this? And Saika couldn't find a way, so decided rather discard it sooner rather than later and gets it out in time. Only a singleton.
Yeah.
Ashiki's hand.
Bravery pays off. I mean, I guess you can always work around it if you haven't seen many, but the chance is so low. Like, you have to draw a second one or wait on it and get a second one at the end. So there's always ways to work around it, but they're always pretty inefficient. But regarding that, Ashiki still hasn't given up on it, though. She's seen one come out, maybe hoping to get another one.
Tenpai.
Direct attack with the Riichi. No Yaku to be found because she took the most direct path.
Nakagawa also finds
But
Ishanten.
yep. And Ashiki's gonna play this a little bit slow, doesn't want to deal into Ipatsu. Uchimura Tenpai, she's not the dealer. Did not find the Sanshoku.
The weight's a little bit worse also because the 9 pin has come out 3 times already, as well as 1 6 pin. She'll take it though.
And she can't do a closed Tenpai, a Dama 10. I mean, she could, but she wouldn't be able to Roan. And that was the whole reason, is to catch the 9 pin because it's in the dealer's discard. So she wouldn't be able to set a trap since she has no Yaku in her hand for Roan. Which is why she just goes ahead and aggressively reaches.
And against 2 Riichis, looks like Ashiki is less inclined to take the fight.
Right. It's a little bit far back, and more often than not, she would have to discard the door than keep it. I mean, the dealer has discarded Doro already, so maybe that's not as big, but, with the second Riichi on the table, you
Right.
never know. You never know.
You sort of get this idea that if the second player is a clear Riichi, they have something worth fighting with, and it might be the Dora. Ooh,
Right.
9 pin.
Is it?
It looks so safe, but okay, starts with the 6 mon.
Woo! 6?
Ashiki has already decided to escape.
Hmm.
The pin tiles are the deal-in tiles. 3 6 pin and 6 9 pin.
And Nakagawa keeps reaching for the 9 pin. Makes me worried every time. We might see it come out eventually.
Uchimura found the 6
That
pin.
looks like a 6 pin.
Not a lot of value there, just Riichi Tsumo. 500, 1,000.
Yeah, but the big stop on Saika's dealer. That's the true value of this win here for Sumo. Or this Sumo here for Uchimura.
Indeed. It extends the lead as well.
Yes. And it moves the game forward.
Go to Nakagawa, who has not really had the opportunity to challenge directly yet this game. But if you were looking for an opportunity, it would certainly be now.
I feel like she's had some opportunities. I feel like we mentioned it, but she decided not to take them. She didn't want to because her team was up so much. But now, either from the passivity or just, sometimes from other players getting more lucky, now she's in the hole and she kind of has to challenge. Doesn't have the luxury of folding so much anymore.
Collection of Mon tiles. We'll see if that turns into a flush.
Yeah. But I do agree that this is probably even better than any of the chances she had in East 1 or 2.
Yeah, I remember, she had a Tenpai that involved dropping a door against 2 Riichis. I wouldn't consider that a good fight.
No, but if she was in last place, I think the hand, it's like, maybe you just have to go for it.
Yeah, at this point, certainly.
Few other ways to make Tenpai, yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if I would still drop a door against 2 Riichis here.
Yeah,
but maybe.
Every round that passes, you're more and more desperate to try to win something. But also,
right.
Sometimes it's not your game. You're not the first to Tenpai the majority of the time, or really ever.
Right.
And everything comes with a risk attached to it. Even if Nakagawa does not manage to get into first year or second even if she can cloud a third, her team still had a bit of a lead from game 1. And it'll set Team Fusion up for a decent chance going into the final game.
Yes. So Saika made an interesting discard. Had an extra 3-cell. She had a lot of triplets and pairs in her hand. Decided not to keep the 3-cell for another pair or triplet. Kept a 7 pin. She already has a completed 5, 6, 7, but it is the Dora. So she's probably looking to make more shapes there. Still not Tenpai for Uchimura. No pair. One of those rare hands where you just couldn't find your pair and you made all your runs for it. Or almost all of them. Headless, as they call it.
I wonder if Saika is setting up a bit of a trap here by cutting the So tiles early. Her pawn is nothing but Monzu and So tiles. And then she declares Riichi on the 7 pin, it looks like. But the Pinzu is the danger suit, when actually it's the 2-So that's been Sotogawa trapped.
Yeah, as long as she doesn't deal in with the 7-pin.
Oh, not
Oh,
even
in
taking
fact,
this
she
tempo.
doesn't even want to take that route.
Yeah, Haku was twice cut, so the Shabu weight not very good.
Mm,
That another reason to keep a 7-pin if you're planning on cutting one of your pairs.
right. Makes a lot of sense.
Tempai.
Oh, but she's now second to Tempai. Well, she isn't even Tempai yet, but if she does get Tempai, she might be second. Or even third at this rate with Ashiki.
Nakagawa gets there first with double east waiting on the 5-pin. Chase, well,
Uchimura second.
so to speak. Uchimura has been taking the fight to this table.
Yep. Oh, big weight switch. Able to win on Dora now. That is
Oh
my goodness. Right after the switch.
Double east and the Dora as well. 5,800 plus the Riichi stick from Uchimura.
Oh, is perfect timing, basically. Perfect timing, perfect player. Where it showed up.
That's a big result for Team Fusion and Nakagawa herself. 22,700 into second place. And look at how that swings the standings. In yellow, the live standings has Team Fusion back in the lead.
A much cleaner and much more comfortable position. But it's a bit of an illusion because we still have so much game to play.
It's
really only 5,000 points from last place.
At the same time, so was that deficit, as we saw one hand swung things in her favor, her team's favor. So
that's right.
I think it will really come down to the final couple rounds where we see the extreme positional play.
Kimura still holding on to a pretty comfortable lead this game. But it was definitely upturned last game. Seto had the lead almost the whole game. And she was able to still hold on to second. But what a swing it was by this team, Team Fusion here, who's currently the dealer.
In this hand, I'm actually not that optimistic about really any of these hands. Saika here has the east pair that she can call with if she wants to. Not sure if she wants to. And there's just a lot of awkward shapes.
Yeah, Nakagawa removing her Dora acceptance, discarding 9-pin. Our other players have been kind of keeping it. Uchimura actually has a Dora, so it makes a lot more sense for her. Oh, okay, and Saika decides it's time to get rid of her Dora acceptance as well. Dora acceptance can also mean deals in to tile to a hand with a Dora in it.
Right.
That's the flip side of it.
Saika trades one bad shape for another bad shape, but one that can be improved. 4-6-pin has a lot of tiles that can be attached that will improve that shape, including the 7-pin, which will lead to being able to use the Dora once again.
Right. One other common advantage that is not present in this tournament is the red 5s. 4-6 obviously waits for 5, but no red 5s in this tournament, so that is not something that really needs to be considered here. Oh, is it time for Ashiki to remove her 9-pin, or does she still believe in drawing the Dora? No, she still believes.
Extreme value hedging there. Without the 9, so the 9-pin I think loses a little value since Sanchoku isn't 789 Sanchoku isn't possible anymore.
Right, but she discarded the 9 so on purpose.
Yeah, so that,
instead of the 9-pin.
That to me signals
really
she's really wants to use the Dora and doesn't really want to play the hand without the Dora.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's kind
Big
of getting
draw.
there.
Yeah, it is one away. There's a lot of different ways to get Tempai there, and some of them will get you close to Itsu, the full straight. None of the one-aways actually get you Itsu Tempai there. But maybe if you decide to do a closed Tempai, Damaten, you could get there after.
Well,
Pays off!
Look at that.
All the patience. I mean, it's still not a good weight, but it's there now at least.
2 away for Uchimura. 3 Mon. Suddenly this hand was looking like pairs, and we might be back to plan. Nope, it's pairs.
Still pairs. Interesting.
Ooh, 7
Doesn't believe in the East. In the East pawn.
Difficult to advance here for Ashiki. He's a very select set of tiles. Similarly, Saika with 7 pairs. Also, might be slow to get there. The 7-pin keep pays off. 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku chance for Nakagawa.
And that's one less 7-pin for Ashiki here.
Uchimura still dreams about the pin straight, 1 through 9.
This is where it gets tense.
Yeah,
A lot of players looking for the same tiles. Saika with a triplet now? That's unfortunate.
She hasn't discarded any triplets, so she could theoretically hold on to this and think about Toy or maybe even calling the East. It's a dangerous tile to hold this late, though.
Right. She would be Tempai with the other route. Just waiting for East on a Shanpon, a 2-sided triplet wait. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. However, those are the pairs. Yeah, okay. Just
hope to find a pair elsewhere. Oh, second triplet 3-pin jam. Forget that's the end of row 1. We're just going to play out these tiles and aim for our value. Our value could potentially mean Suanko.
Another Dora for Ashiki.
The best possible pair?
It was getting exciting. It's getting even more exciting now. Tempai got it back.
I think you have to take this one. But Suanko is so strong.
The end.
There's the Riichi. East.
Chance for at least 3 concealed triplets.
East Forso. So, as you mentioned, Sananko.
There's 1 copy of the Forso in Nakagawa's hand. She just drew triple door.
Oh my!
It's not Tempai, but oh man, is that worth a lot?
You remember? Here's the Ipatsu draw. 3-pin. Remember when Ashiki held that 9-pin for so long, saying, "I'm not playing this hand without the Dora." Now she's drawn 3 of the Dora, and the 9-pin is gone.
The 9-pin was not necessary.
Kimura.
Ashiki seems to be waiting on 6 cell. Does she have Yaku though?
No. Oh, there's the East. It's Shonpai.
Ooh.
It's not visible. How much do you want your Tempai? She wants it.
Oh, yo, bitch.
Even Riichi to say, I was Tempai, that's why I'm pushing this.
Oh.
Nothing.
Oh, man.
But Riichi East, a lot of foo because of all the triplets in the hand.
Yes. Smile for Saika there. 4,500.
Yep,
I thought it was Ura 3, but I misread the tile.
Certainly would have been an absolute bomb if it was. Instead,
yeah, from 7 pairs to maybe all triplets to all right, let's just take it.
Not a bad haul for Saika into second, as you said, and things are really close between second, third, and fourth. A mere 1,600 points separating second from fourth place. And Uchimura has to be pretty okay with that outcome. As we shift around into the south round, Ashiki, our dealer, once again.
That's your halftime update here from tateniu at WRC commentary booth. Of course, we don't have a long break here for halftime.
Ashiki with one of the Dora, another held by Uchimura with reasonably strong hands for both. Saika as well. That Tuso means Nakagawa can fight it, and that means everyone has a fighting hand here. Should be an entertaining South one.
Yeah, a lot of players looking for the inside tiles, so we might see some definite traffic.
It's kind of interesting.
A weight collision.
Mm.
No pair.
Watching
I
Uchimura
mean,
play the last round, she definitely was holding the safe honor tiles for as long as possible. This hand looks really promising from the start, and she's cutting those honor tiles immediately. Definitely
yep.
a lot more optimism about this hand potentially completing.
Oh, backfire. Immediate backfire for Saika there.
Mm.
We'll see if she can turn it around this time, though. Last time she was able to win even after a couple backfires on her hand.
But not exactly the perfect tile, especially since the 3-pin has come out twice. And I agree.
Right.
I agree with the 1-pin, 2-pin cut.
Oh, 1 away still for Saika, even after all those backfires.
Went away as well for Nakagawa.
Yep.
5-pin, a much better pair candidate.
Sparks will fly here.
Is there a world where we get to use this 5-mon?
Saika with a really big think, and maybe too many 3-pin have come out. She's going to keep the 5-mon over the 5-pin.
That's very interesting. Maybe there's an Itsu Dream. Speaking about Itsu Dreams, that 7-mon really helps Uchimura.
Yep. Can definitely find Tempai for an Itsu for a full straight. She's 1 away. A lot of the tiles she draws will get her chance at a full straight in Itsu.
There's the 9, so this is Tempai.
That is one of them.
Can you Dama this? No.
Yeah, you can. She won't, though. I think Dama was pretty reasonable, but
it's difficult to expect a 5-so to come out when the 4-so's the
going
Dora.
from 3 to 4 Han. That's true.
We're
Oh, 4-so waiting for the Dora itself. The 4 and the 5s in Ashiki's hand are now landmines. They now all deal in.
Yeah, that was the value promise for Ashiki, but now they are traps stuck in the hand, unable to be discarded.
Yeah, I don't see her discarding them anytime soon.
She is Ishantan. Just needs 3-so, 6-so a couple times. That 5-so, I think I saw 3 of them.
Right, between the other players' hands.
It means they're almost all gone. None. Very few remaining.
Yep, either Ashiki gets convinced to discard one, or you find the last one right out of the wall. Just takes one. Nine pin, not exactly safe, but it passes through. Ooh, drawing the Dora when you can't use the Dora. Tough as a Riichi player.
But it's just Riichi Dora 1 for Nakagawa. No Ura. That means 2600 will be going back the other way, plus the Riichi stick. So Uchimura bleeding out a few points here, but still maintaining the lead. And second place still hotly contested.
Right. Now Team Fusion back back again in the South round. They're looking to improve their score here as opposed to losing some. I think Nakagawa would be okay with second place, but first place is definitely within range. Uchimura setting up her hand with almost her signature sorting method now.
You really like that?
I won't say that she's the only person I've ever seen do it, but you don't see it too much.
Yeah, I've actually borrowed a lot of techniques from casting so many of these games. So I'll sort my tiles 3 different ways based off of what I most recently saw someone do on stream.
That's fair.
Ooh, Sancho chance 6, 7, 8. Promising for Saika.
And none of these hands seem to be too fast, but Uchimura as the dealer has a pretty good shot. And Saika is getting closer and closer.
Great fill.
If Saika gets that's a great fill. If Saika gets some great fills, she's actually only 2 away here, but the fills are like they don't normally get filled that quickly. It's because her weights aren't that great.
You'd expect it to take some time.
It's like the 7 pairs hands. They can finish very quickly if you just get the perfect tiles, but you don't often get them. Oh, but there it is.
That's...
Tenpai.
Do we want this Tenpai?
It's not that easy to improve unless you're willing to go 2 tiles back. Like 6-8 pin or a 6-0 here.
I mean, it's Riichi plus Adora. That's usually good enough, but Saika wants more.
Yeah, her team is in last place, so maybe she's looking for Mangan. We'll see if it pays off for her. I mean, the Manzu tiles, there's a lot of room for improvement. It just takes 2 tiles instead of just 1.
Oh,
but it is very early. Okay.
That's
that
good
is a
enough.
2-sided weight. Yeah, no Pinfu, but there is a door, as you mentioned. Usually Riichi 1 door is good enough, and now with an even better weight. Here we go.
Reach Tsumodora the goal. Uda would be fantastic. No Ipatsu. But that's okay. Still, the pressure is being applied to the table. A few of the winners here. A couple more here. 3 more here. Okay, we just saw 6 of the winning tiles. In 2 hands.
A tough spot, isn't it?
Considering...
Can't do anything after you've reached.
I think that the camera is demonstrating just how many of the tiles are in other players' hands.
Yeah. You ever been in one of those casual games where someone reaches and then they just start walking around to look at other players' hands? Definitely unacceptable in a regular game. Because, like, even technically when you reach you could make the decision to con or not after seeing other players' hands. But
so I guess if they walk around, then you know they don't have an Anko.
Right. sometimes in those more casual games, I'm like, no, I reach you. Don't worry. Let me see what you have. I reach you.
Yeah, I've definitely seen that. Ooh. I don't know if this is going to encourage Uchimura to take this fight. Maybe if you drew the Avon.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you'd rather not walk around and see everyone's hands, see just how few tiles you have left. Because from her point of view, the 4-7 pin still looks pretty decent.
Oh, Tenpai.
That is going to be tough for Saika. This fighting Riichi. I mean, a lot of Ashiki's tiles are also held by other players as well.
Yeah, when your
But
first
she seems
draw...
to have a bit of a better shot.
Your first draw is a tile next to Dora. Heart rate increases slightly.
Oh, there goes one of the tiles. There goes one of the 6-0 that Ashiki needs. Into Uchimura's hand as the dealer here. But maybe Uchimura will discard a 7 pin.
That was the last of the 6-0, by the way, so only 9 will remain. 2 of them are discarded already.
Well,
Door 2? Maybe Chitoi is a possible value route for Uchimura?
Maybe.
Oh, there's the 7 pin. Could not use it as a triplet. That will deal in. Riichi, door 1. No Uda again. Whiffing on the Uda as this table, but Saika will take the lead because of the Riichi stick from Ashiki. Collecting her own Riichi stick back again.
That's a huge plus for Team 3 Arrows there. They really need these points. Yeah, and Saika has been trying in the second game, so I'm sure she's happy with another small win. She did have another small win earlier. It was like 5,000 points. put them together. Now she's in second place, and now it might be her chance for a big win.
Senso Dora, none in the hand for Saika. Nakagawa has one, as well as good shapes, tateniu shapes potentially as well. Dora here for Ashiki. Needs to get second place, really.
This is going to be pretty difficult. I was looking at Saika's hand initially. It looked like there was a lot of good. Oh well. Looks like there's just going to be a fight. It's just going to be a fight on the table. Everyone's getting all of their good tiles.
And you saw.
Oh, speaking of which,
that's Tempai.
Yeah, right into the pocket. 5-6 mon weight. It's not a Suji type weight. Like the weight is not on two Suji tiles, which makes it harder to read. So early, it's the dealer. Not really much value here, but the fact that all the other players were moving forward quite well, and in fact, Ashiki makes another good draw. You know, this early Riichi might actually do more help than harm. I think that was a 3-mon?
Yeah, that would have been.
If it was a 5-mon, she would have won. But yeah,
a weight improvement potentially. But I think Ashiki spent some time there in the initial set of tiles, thinking about if she wanted to call for a flush.
Right.
And does make the call, and immediately second turn Riichi from dealer, and suddenly your plans are foiled.
Tough spot. It's a very tough spot.
She had those dragons back to fold with.
Right. Although a lot of the 5-mon and 6-mon are in other players' hands, I don't think it's going to be that easy to convince them to discard those tiles here.
Certainly being central tiles, it's always a little bit more challenging. I think we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then one of the 6-mon in her own hand, 7. So the weight's basically
one
dead.
Tile.
1 5-mon left.
Leave a single tile left.
And you know, in terms of...
It's going to be very close.
For Saika deciding whether to Riichi or not, there are a couple things to consider, including the fact that it was Riichi only. She had an easy way to use the Dora if she drew it. There's potentially trickier, more terminal, more outside weights. But of course, slamming an early Riichi as dealer and applying the pressure to the board is always a good thing. And it'd feel really sad if your next draw was a winning tile.
Yeah, and eventually she does manage to get someone to discard the 6-mon. I believe the 3-9 are on the board, which makes it a nice Suji trap.
Indeed.
And it worked out, especially because there's such little information. The Riichi is so fast.
Riichi only, so just 2,000 points, but that came directly from Uchimura, who has been bleeding out points over the past few hands with really tiny losses. But what seemed to be an invincible 40,000 points is now within Mangan sumo range for Saika. Not only Saika, but
anyone. Yeah, Ashiki is going to be a harder ask, but still definitely possible.
Yeah, everyone else is within a decent range of 2 hands to catch up now.
Yep. And Saika's hand didn't look too bad. Didn't look that amazing, but as we go around the table here, well, I guess Nakagawa's does look a little better.
A challenge of 8-pin Dora. So more terminal, a couple 9-pins coming out early on. Yeah, definitely one of those hands where the best appears, to my eye, to be Uchimura with the 2 Dora and some tateniu callable shapes. And this is a spot, I think, where you are perfectly happy to open for 3,900 plus the homba.
Right. Yeah, and Saika, unfortunately, does not have the hand to do that. Ashiki can call the West, but considering her point position, probably in the least shape to do it, considering how many points she needs. Yeah, we'll see. Moment of truth. It passes. And she gets paid off of it. It was paid off for her patience with the 888. Although there's still not much value in Ashiki's hand. So we'll see if she keeps digging for more value or if she just takes the reach and hopes to get Ippatsumo Ura for the Mangan out of nowhere.
It always feels so rewarding to pass a tile and then draw something useful.
Right. Yeah, it seems really hard for Ashiki to make any sort of value. Maybe 3 concealed triplets. Sananko, that's about the only thing I could see happening.
Saika's hand seems to be going vertical as well. Another pair drawn to accompany the couple of triplets.
Yeah. Ashiki gonna throw away a pair.
Interesting. 9 so not even cut yet.
Yeah. I
He shot
wonder,
that.
she makes, seems like she sees a Yaku that I'm not seeing. Or maybe she's just looking for some Dora with a 7 pin. And she just has to keep the 3 pin as well, though.
It just seems like she wasn't that optimistic about the 8-9-9 so shape and wanted to hedge the maximum acceptance of the lower 4 so and the 3 pin and the 7 pin. Which,
speaking of Anko, it looks like our dealer might be the one collecting them in this case.
ooh, 6 pin. Tempai might involve dropping the door here.
Yeah.
Oh. Con?
It's, yeah, but you also lose the 779, which looks like really good if you could get the 8.
Oh, it's gonna be a con.
Yeah, the rest of the tiles in your hand, you kind of want them all, so just go for it. You also need points. Double Dora.
8 pin.
She doesn't have
Dora.
any.
And suddenly Uchimura's eyes light up. Dora.
Oh!
Ashiki.
She pulls one.
But she
already has a
9
9 pin discarded.
Oh no, but you have to keep it. That's the value.
Well, now she can call West. I'm assuming she will.
And the 5 pin will be Chi. That's 4 Dora in Uchimura's hand.
Not quite Tempa yet, but she's very close. And all of a sudden, massive value.
And Saika has to be second guessing that con decision. Here's a Riichi.
Oh, yeah. Nakagawa has no.
Oh no.
She has no Dora, but nobody knows that. I mean, other than the players who have the Dora. I mean, Saika doesn't know that, and she's the one who made the con.
This 1 mon. It's a terminal tile, so you can think about jamming it, but then you also have to cut a 6 so or 8 so for Tempai, and neither looks good against this Riichi. But you have 4 Dora. 1 mon jam.
Goes through. Tempai 4 pin jam?
I mean, you set yourself up for this.
You can reach. Reach!
Patsumo! Ipatsumo for Nakagawa.
Does she find any? She does find.
She found 1.
Yep. It's something. It gets her to second place for sure. As we go into all last.
The 8 pins.
Uchimura. Yeah. Uchimura and her 8 pin.
Yeah, big window for Nakagawa. Riichi Patsumo Dora. Riichi Patsumo Pinfu Ura.
Right.
Mangan will put her a mere 500 points away from first. And if Team Fusion, again, the South 3 has been the round where they pull off a monster win. Can she close this game out with another Team Fusion victory?
I mean, the Orb League would be looking strong if Team Fusion pulls out two first places back to back going into the final game. Uchimura, a little bit of relief there that there wasn't more than 1 Ura. I mean, she does get to keep first place, which is very important here, actually, going into South 4. The fact that she's actually ahead of Nakagawa, especially because Nakagawa's dealer. So on anyone's sumo, Nakagawa is the one paying out more, which means Uchimura gets to stay in first.
Yeah, this is very interesting positionally from Uchimura here, but she does have the advantage in that sense. Between Ashiki and Saika.
Yeah, Mangan Sumo for Saika is still not enough to overtake Uchimura, only Nakagawa. So Uchimura has like just enough points for that slight security, but it's still close.
Saika might have more than a Mangan here if she keeps drawing like this.
Yeah, no doubt. But Uchimura might also as well, even though she doesn't need it.
We're going to see that hand in a second for Saika. The flush building in the Dora suit. This is an interesting spot for Uchimura. The 1 pin is kind of useful, but she really just wants to win a quick tateniu.
Yeah, I think another thing is she wants to deny Saika even any chance at calling the 6-0. Like she doesn't, because Saika's discards have already looked suspicious. She's already telegraphed her half flush, and so I don't think she wants to give the 6-0 out at all. Even if it's not a Roan, she doesn't want to give her the chance
Notably,
to pull a Haneman.
the last 9-so Pon chance was passed by Saika, but she does call the Haku. So she has White Dragon, potentially south. There it is, Pon. Door 2, Honitsu, that's a Haneman.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's Tenpai.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, it can only win on the 4-so at this point because the 9-so was passed. So the weight can be changed. There's lots of ways to improve the weight to incorporate some more tiles, but...
Well, a lot of them mean you lose a Dora, which moves it down to Mangan. I don't know if that's exactly what she wants to do.
Yeah, difficult.
Yeah, the thing is, if she hits a Haneman off of someone who isn't Uchimura, she still doesn't... No, she does. It's only 11-3, not 12-3. Yep.
I don't think
so
she'll...
Haneman wins from anyone.
Yeah, I don't think she'll ever take a Haneman or rather a Mangan Tenpai here. I think she'll always stay with the Haneman. So something like a 3-so, 5-so draw can help, but not really the way she wants it. Maybe 8-so is the tile she's looking for.
I wonder if she would ever go away from Tenpai to try and get a better weight by discarding the 9-sos. Of course, if she just draws Dora, she wins. And to be fair, although she can win a Haneman off anybody else, I don't really see people discarding Dora into the half flush on the table.
Certainly not the two players in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Ashiki does it if she gets a monster hand, but she doesn't have one right now.
I would say 7-so and 8-so are the two tiles that allow Saika to switch her weight.
Oh, Ashiki... What's the play?
Sanshoku
She doesn't have the value she needs. Yeah, unless she does Sanshoku. But she doesn't have that yet. Yeah, so she's gonna... Oh, yeah, cuts a pair. She does have another pair. This is the move to make if you want to make 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Itsu also is a possibility, but most of the times that involves cutting away from the 1-so 2-so, which we really don't want to do against that.
Right.
So Flush.
Very scary. Oh, there's a 1-so. Uchimura's in a tough spot now.
That's the one thing she couldn't afford. Not just a so tile, but a terminal so tile.
Yeah, doesn't risk it. It's probably too dangerous to just lose your lead like that, dealing in.
Yeah, because remember, Nakagawa also is under pressure to win this hand, so...
Right.
Uchimura doesn't necessarily have to take the fight head on.
And just let Nakagawa deal in. Nakagawa might be okay with second place because of how far ahead her team is.
That'll be the switch to the 8-so.
Okay.
Now there are some extra draws. 3-so, 5-so, 6-so, all improvements now.
She did give away a little bit of her hand because she had to discard a tile from inside her hand, revealing that she had a 9-so.
Six pin was Tenpai, but she could not drop the 6-mon. A 6-so rather.
Yeah.
Nakagawa will still fight. She has some draws to Tenpai around the 6-so. 3-so.
What's this? Ooh, chance to go to 2-5. Might be the best move here. Goes for it.
At this point, she's basically stuck in sumo. That's a Tenpai, not Tenpai, but a connector to the 6-so. So that means that her draws to Tenpai are improved drastically.
Yeah, Ashiki not willing to risk it here. She's gonna... It's gonna be tough for Heartland in the last game, but she's gonna say, alright, whoever's playing the last game, you gotta make this deficit. I'm just trying to make sure it's not any worse for you after this.
Nakagawa really needs to draw 3-pin, 4-pin.
Although if Saika somehow deals into a Mangan from somebody else, then Ashiki would get third place. And you know Saika's going to be pushing here. She's already called so much.
Oh, this is Tenpai. but she can't drop the 8, so...
Yeah. After seeing 2 9-sos get discarded, it's even more scary than usual.
And now she would need to draw once more around the 8-so to find Tempai.
3 tiles left in the wall.
I think that tank by Uchimura.
Last draw? No.
We'll
2
find
tiles.
out. That's not
Yeah,
it
I
either.
don't-
So the game will end on this hand.
Mm.
Ashiki cannot find her way there either. Saika shows the Hanemon
That was
Tempai.
her chance. Yeah, 3rd place is going to be tough for 3 arrows. I mean, she got something.
Uchimura
But 1 game to make all that.
takes the win down for her team by a mere one, well, I guess 500 points?
500 points, yeah, 500.
It's like, does not find the 2-5 so she needed to snatch the win away, and it will be an interesting battle now. With 1 game remaining. What a tense final round that was. The overall flow of the game was definitely in Uchimura's favor early on. She held a large margin of victory, and it slowly got whittled away in the south rounds until a mere 500 points separated the 2 players. In that case, the game ended due to the dealer not maintaining Tempai.
Yep, it wasn't a timeout. That was a fully completed game. The first game was also fully completed,
Yes.
even though I think there was a time call, but it did go to its natural conclusion. But this time, the comeback was not complete. Although I think Fusion can be happy with a 2nd place here. They're still 1st overall on the scoreboard.
Another game where Team Fusion starts out behind and then comes back. There was a dealer win, and then
Right.
a big Mangan Sumo in South 3, and that was... Well, that
The
was
story of the game.
what allowed them to fight for 1st and at the very least confirm 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, Saika had a lot of shots, just none of them happened to come through for her. A little bit unfortunate, but 3 arrows, definitely the team that has to make the most moves going into the 3rd and final game. And speaking of moves, our commentary team is going to make some moves as well. I'm going to be moving over to make place for our resident JPML pro herself, Jenn.
Hello. I'm unmuted,
Welcome,
right?
Jenn. Welcome. There she is. And I'm a little bit sniffly. Jen's been putting in a ton of work over these past few days because we've been running 4 streams in a row, basically. I've been
I didn't.
I've been doing stuff since personally Tuesday, but for the stream here, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, we had 4 streams, and in that we also had the Japanese news show, the international news show that Garth and I did in Japanese on Friday. And then Sunday night in Japan was also Pro League. So lots and lots of work, and also work on the stream and also work outside of the stream this week.
That's the life of a JPML pro, a worldly JPML pro like Jenn. So I will leave everyone in the capable hands, and of course, can't forget tateniu has been on every game today for the finals. Big finals commentator.
Oh, this is
So
wonderful. I wouldn't miss any of these games.
I will step out and soothe my throat.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
And it all comes down to this, the final game. Team Fusion with the advantage. And the conditions are set. Everyone knows where they're chasing down. I'm very curious to see how, well, not only the teams chasing the leader down, but also how the leading team chooses to play this final game.
Yeah, I think who's ahead right now?
Team Fusion, of course, taking down game number
Team
1,
Fusion, okay.
and then grabbing
So
second
Team
place in
Fusion
game 2.
was actually in the semifinals. Team Fusion was the wild card, so they didn't quite make first place on their table. You had to be first place on the table to make the finals, and they were actually in second place on their table, but they had the smallest gap with first place.
The best second place, so to speak, closest to achieving
Mhm.
first, and what a story that would be to sneak in with a wildcard spot and then win the whole thing.
Yeah, and when we go into the last game, especially in the West Hand, you're going to see a lot of people really, really going for probably big hands, and it's winner takes all, so there's no winning on a second place in the last hand of the game. So that's something you want to keep in mind while watching. I also want to make a quick edit. In the last game, Saika Makiko is actually a Mahjong Union Pro, not RMU, so that was a typo.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. No, there was another one, a typo earlier, which we fixed, but this one was not fixed. So.
Good note. And we will see the players for the final game. Game number 3. All right.
So we have Yamawaki Chifumi, a fellow JPML pro for All Serious. It just says All Serious, but this is the East team. There was also a West team in the Orb League. In the South seat will be Momo Matsushima from Nihon Pro Mahjong Association, playing for Three Arrows channel. In the West seat, Akari Kimura from Saikoisen, playing for Heartland. And Aoi Mizutani in the North seat on the Fusion team, playing for Nihon Pro Mahjong Kyokai Association.
In the anchor position.
Yeah, and as a first place player, so would be as a first place going into the game. It'll be interesting to see how she leads the team into the final hand.
And we will go ahead and enter our final game. Everything at stake. One final chance to make a comeback, a glorious comeback. So it begins. It's been, how many months has this league been running? It's spanned 2 different years.
So this season started in July, second week of July or so, and we had our first broadcast, and we have been broadcasting the day after, like just hours after the Japanese broadcast for every single session. It's been amazing.
It's about 10 months of play. It all comes down to this final game for the teams. You can see, again, the starting points in white shows the advantage going to Team Fusion on the right. Mizutani aiming to close things out. In second place, All Serious plus 23. And really, it comes down to just winning this game. There might be some math to do if Team Fusion gets a 4th place, but really pressure is just on for All Serious to achieve a first. For the other 2 teams who are in the negatives, they will want not only a first place, but also enough points to overcome this gap as well. So a little bit harder math for them to do. But we are underway. Yamawaki with nice collection of Mon tiles. Perhaps Ipeko in the lower Monzu. We'll see an open for Team Fusion. And this might be a common theme for Mizutani, just trying to win as quickly as possible, prevent as many opportunities for other players to collect points.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like she's playing like 2 South rounds in a row, basically, or eight South round hands. Usually in the East round, you're going to try and, as a general strategy, kind of accumulate points, and then in the South round, you're trying to get smaller hands and keep your lead if you were able to accumulate those points in the East round. So she's basically trying to do that for the entire game.
Or Pandora is relatively usable, and we'll see Mizutani floating it a bit here. Collection of floating tiles that should be attached to soon.
I think Yamawaki will probably have a more balanced approach. Matsushima and Kimura, you're probably going to see them really trying to rally during their dealer turns and win as many hands as possible. And Renchan.
Second open now. Kutsuki Shanten. 2 floating tiles, sticky tiles. You can connect to one of them. Mizutani can find a tempai and then win here. That is a strong draw though for Matsushima. Go back to the dealer Yamawaki.
One second.
Looks like a tough one. Ooh, 4-pin, that's a Dora. We will happily accept a Dora into this hand. Ishanten with a stronger value proposition. Yamawaki 7-pin doesn't quite fit in here. Matsushima 9-pin, not tempai just yet. Well, not a reachable one, not one that you want to reaching. We do have 6-so, 7-so, but that's not it. This is better. Could slam the 4-so. You think?
Yeah, that's way better. Way better Yaku. Way better everything.
You think she's considering waiting for a 4-pin draw, or just gonna slam? Yeah, I wonder about that. Sometimes, if you really are desperate for the value, you wait for the draw you're hoping for, and if you accidentally sumo in the meantime, then you 3d10 Riichi, waiting for the tile you're hoping for to try to maximize your value. But it seems a little early to force that, although 3 arrows is in last place, and so they're the most desperate here. I think the chance at Ipatsumo, Tanyao, Ipe, Gopihu with your Riichi is probably good enough. Not quite the right so tile.
Yeah, I was wondering what Kimura was gonna do with getting rid of the 1 dot when she drew the 4, the Dora. It was kind of reduces, makes her 3-10 there, so it reduces the Dora acceptance.
Yeah, it seems
now,
like
she did draw the 3 a second ago as well and had to discard it. So keeping the 1, 2, 3, 4 dot versus keeping the nakabukure, the bulging shape on the other side, which was, I think she was 6, 7, 7, 8 at the time.
that's come to backfire here.
Yeah.
And
it might be something. I'm not sure what the right answer is, but it might be something that she'll review later in her Hanseikai. We have review sessions after games are over. And Matsushima will draw the winner, a bamboo.
it was not the expensive side,
No,
just
no.
Riichi, Tsumo, Pihu, Tanyao. But it's a good start. Yeah, that 1-pin discard seems so innocuous back at the time, but 4-pin draw really revealing the potential that it had staying in the hand, as is Matsushima.
Yeah, especially when I don't think she needed the Tanyao hand because she had the 1 bamboos as well, right? So if you're going for Tanyao, it makes more sense.
The yellow numbers changing drastically in the early stages of the game as every hand changes position. It'll take a lot more hands like that.
Yeah, potential full straight. It's not quite sorted yet, but I think only 2 tiles away from a full straight there in Matsushima's hand.
And this is where, as you said, Matsushima will be going for an extended dealer run. You might see her challenging more aggressively against other players' tempai.
Basically, both players need to get all their points so that they can have a comeback hand in the very last hand. Otherwise, they'll just be going for Yakumon and not able to win the easy open-ended hands that usually come when you need to go for only Yakumon. I always get a Tanyao Pinfu, maybe Ipeiko, and one Dora when what I need is at least Baimon, and that's only maximum Hanemon.
They've been interesting. Technically get some bonus acceptance this way, but do you really want to cut the Dora? No, we'll start with the 8 pin. That will give up the Itsu chance. Another pair here for Mizutani.
Yeah, and that's a balancing act as well for Matsushima's dealer here is maximum efficiency, so to Renchan, keep the dealership as long as possible, or give up a little bit of efficiency for points so that you get that extra bonus when you win as dealer.
Yamawaki making progress. Kimura as well has been advancing pretty quickly here, but you have this Dora. Riichi Ton is going to be good enough for her.
Yeah, reach.
Tsumo Uda
I
Mangan.
agree, the Dora is just cumbersome Dora.
No fear from Yamawaki here. It's just an East. Fortunately for her, Kimura has already tripled it up. No Ipatsumo though.
And it'll make it easier for Matsushima to discard her Dora as well if she tempais. And she'll be able to chase his dealer.
Mizutani on folding duty once again. Yamawaki Shanten.
That is tempai for Matsushima. She'll go for the Dora Tanki wait.
Well, she knows one player, the player Riichi can't use it.
The Noetan 3-6 dot wait was pretty bad considering she was using 3 already herself.
Yeah, it certainly helps. It
And
instead of like 3 tiles versus 8 tiles, or 2 tiles versus 8 tiles, it's 2 tiles versus 5 tiles. It's a little closer that way, and then there's a value consideration.
And since it's 2 reaches, it's really unlikely that someone is going to discard those Suji against both reaches.
That's so true. Yeah, I think a big deal is the fact that the Riichi player has already dropped the Green Dragon as well. And there it goes! Ura as well.
Dora, 1 Ura as the dealer Mangan.
3 arrows.
Matsushima takes a commanding lead.
Commanding, and more work to be done though. Matsushima needs to work even harder to get to first place, because now that Team Heartland is in last, that means that Team Fusion isn't taking the last place hit as things stand right now. So you need to collect points to get there. There might be a world where in the future she tries to directly target the Team Fusion player, but for the time being, there's perfect opportunity to just collect as many points as you can.
Yeah, she's going to have to take points away from them in one way or another, whether it's sumo or... But it has to be really... They can't stay in second place, so it has to be either taking points directly away from only the Fusion team, or hoping that the other players gain some points during their dealer turns while you stay in first place.
If you are the 3 Arrows teammates sitting back and watching, you have to be absolutely thrilled with the start, though. It's the perfect way to open things up. And a 6-0 fill for Kimura. Oh, sorry, for Matsushima is even better. These draws have been excellent for Mizutani, though, as leading team.
I think it looked like Tempai, was it 1 away? It looked like Tempai for Mizutani. We'll come back around right here. I think she did a dama.
Yeah, just the 4-mon.
Waiting. Yeah, waiting for the middle tile.
Seems sensible when you've got this large advantage.
Yeah, I don't think she would. I mean, she might reach to try and get other players to fold, but she doesn't need to reach for points at all, so she might just stay dama even if she switches to open-ended,
Yeah, and
as long as she has a yaku.
looking at the other player's hands, there's some fours that might come out, including this one. Matsushima does end up slimming down her shape as she approached Tenpai. It'll just be the 1300 plus Honba.
Yeah, completely unavoidable for Matsushima. Nice dama for Mizutani.
Dealership ended. Dealership number 1, but Matsushima will have another chance, and she's already done some good work in her first go-around. And now it's Kimura's turn. You're hoping your good hands come here at your dealership. 9 Mandora, 1 in hand, but really you just need to pair that up in order to use it. Because the shapes elsewhere are pretty decent. Oh, that is not a good... It's not the worst. It's pretty average high pie. Kimura double east pair up. That is fantastic. That helps the value proposition quite a bit. Mizutani had a little bit of a awkward selection of singleton honors, but it's starting to shape up as well.
Kimura with her double. He's just 2 away from Tenpai.
Is it Dora time or maybe
That will be 1
8-pin?
away from Tenpai.
It is Dora time.
And yeah, she's going with the strategy of just maximum efficiency and try to rent on as much as possible.
Certainly we need to have a backup pair if our plan is to call the east.
All right, lock in the open-ended and keep the 5 bamboo as support for the 3-5 middleweight shape.
If she does draw the 4-so connector, Riichi is totally fine, even if you're not getting the double east. Is there a Santoku? No, not really. You could keep the 7-mon in the hopes of drawing 8-mon and then redrawing 9-mon, but that seems like a long shot.
It's a long shot. I wonder if there's like what the statistics are for how much that's worth it.
Probably doesn't show up too frequently. Oh, there's a 3-so. That's not super helpful. You could go 1-so, 2-so for extra foo, but then you lose the 4-so acceptance.
Yamawaki's hands have just not stood out at all so far.
And Yamawaki had the closest chance at the beginning of this game to catch up to Team Fusion and the lead. Oh, there's the 8-mon, so maybe there was something to this idea. Walking your way back up.
I think something will come with it though for if you have the later in the hand, if you have the option between discarding 5 or 8, then the 8 is generally less dangerous, or I don't know. Seems like there's a lot of nuances that would also change it a little bit.
Certainly from a defensive perspective, I guess there's some sense in not wanting to hold tiles near the Dora. This way, if someone reaches, she can cut the 4-mon instead of the 7-mon if she draws that.
All right, when it's the Dora, maybe it would be the opposite. And then when it's not the Dora, maybe it would be the 5 is more dangerous. See, there's so many nuances.
That's what I love about Mahjong. There's no exact one answer fits all. Everything is dependent on the situation. It makes the game even more fun. We do see Mizutani opening up for a Tanya, another shutdown hand, which will be a theme, it feels like.
Those easts are just deep in the wall.
No player using the 9-mon.
Yeah.
Yamawaki holding one, but at this point it's almost a safe tile.
But where are those double east tiles?
Kind of incredible. We haven't seen one yet. And it's not like they're mochi mochi or anything. Just
Yeah, they're
saying.
just deep, deep.
Matsushima.
And at this point, you start to think maybe it is mochi mochi.
Oh no, the 4-so. She had switched earlier to the 7-so, hoping to accept the 6. Throw the 7 now? No, 1. Most of the 3-so are out, so the backfires are quite limited.
Mizutani has another tenpai over there. Oh, there is one. Finally found an east, but there's none out, so Matsushima is wary of discarding it.
And it's so hard to get tenpai for Matsushima that it's hard to imagine that she discards it anytime soon. Well,
Just 6 character and 2 Bamet Boo wait for Mizutani. Matsushima is kind of out.
does
I
seem
think
that
the
way.
East has spooked her. Yeah. Oh, three character. I'm sorry, I said 6, but it was 3.
And I don't blame her for wanting to get out here because it looks like its chances of completion are extremely limited. Diamond draw.
Ooh,
If you
sorry.
think that you are mochi mochi, maybe you just cut the east anyway and play for the PvP. Also, you can call into tenpai.
Yeah, I think you at this point are just going for tenpai. Kind of feels far away to try and reshape the hand. So late, and if you're tenpai, you can stay dealer. So maybe it's Mahjong Fight Club when you can't continue as. I wish she did it.
Speaking of fighting for tenpai, that is a call. East comes out, but it's too late.
Yeah, that's why it came out because
Mm-hmm.
because Kimura finally let them go. And kind of opened the door for everyone else to be tenpai, which maybe is another argument for trying to tenpai with keeping the East.
Yeah,
even
I
if you
mean,
think they're mochi mochi.
I guess from her perspective, the most important thing is just getting to tenpai in the first place. Maybe she feels that
Yeah.
these sequences offer a better chance. There's some extra pawn
Yeah, it feels
opportunities
like
here.
one of those situations where just nothing is gonna come. She's already discarded an 8-dot and just everything backfired on her.
Cute, 1 pin is not a helpful tile, so needs to just back away. Last draw goes to Mizutani. 8 pin is safe against the
Mizutani.
dealer.
It's safe and it won't be pawned because it was the last discard.
I do think it's kind of
Yamawaki
clever
did make it tenpai.
in that situation to hold a pair that you've cut already. And if players defend against you by discarding it, then you get to pawn for tenpai. But unfortunately, it came out too late for her.
Yeah, if it was just the discard before.
Mizutani has played an excellent game so far with her lead, has even collected points rather than losing them to draws or sumo payments. Now she gets her dealership. What are you supposed to do in this spot? Are you supposed to just fold from the start? Oh, this hand looks really strong. I wouldn't want to fold that.
Yeah, I think you just have to. I don't think you want to fold from the start necessarily because this is a chance where people might be going for really big hands and you don't really want to give them that much time to build up those hands.
That's a good point.
I mean, this is the time when especially Matsushima would want to try and go for something like a Hanemon or Baimon and get 6 or 8,000 from the dealer. I would think.
So you have to be willing to apply enough pressure to shorten the amount of time that they have to create that Baimon.
Yeah.
Hakudora. I think we saw a pair. That's just Ishanten for Mizutani. A pair for Yamawaki, as well as South as in that hand too. This could be a monster.
I think if you see someone like, I don't know if it would happen, if you see someone like Yamawaki or Kimura going for a really cheap hand, maybe you kind of sit back and hope that they win if somebody starts calling. Because it's really hard to make a Baimon when you're calling for tiles.
Although if Yamawaki were to call here for like 6-7 pin, it doesn't look that expensive, but all the value is hidden in that hand.
Yeah, I don't think you wouldn't want to like deal in on purpose.
Right.
But you
Just
could maybe
avoid...
sit back and not push your hand, yeah.
It's kind of tempting to hold the 6-8 pin because of the Sanchoku opportunity. Would you dare 5-9 with Tateniu call ability as well? Or just hold the better shapes for Pinhu. Especially because the player to our right is going for Kokshi. Yeah. I'm really tempted. I want a 5-9. I love it.
All right.
Not helpful for Matsushima. Kimura seems to be doing some sort of outside hand or Kokshi or something along those lines. A flush of some sorts.
Mizutani did pull in another 8 and discarded her 9 bamboo, so she's in the perfect position to call for tiles for a Tateniu, easy Tateniu hand. If she...
First call comes from Matsushima.
Gonna call.
Toy, perhaps?
Perhaps, or just a backdoor red dragon? Of course, there's one as the Dora indicator, so...
Mizutani made the exact same head motion that I just made after drawing the 8 pin. Oh! Dora triplet! Big opportunity for Yamawaki while Mizutani is defenseless in Riichi.
I don't know about that reach.
I was thinking maybe Dama, but as you said, perhaps trying to slow down the other players. It's not going to slow them down this time. At least Yamawaki. Kimura reconsidering.
If you're tempai like that, I'm not sure you want to slow them down that much. You kind of want to slow them down more if you have a poor weight.
Well, you have the good weight. You want them to drop those central tiles, building their own hands?
I think so. I definitely learned something about that in a study session. I'm not sure. I might have it backwards.
6 months, not quite it. And
it's probably just whatever I don't do.
All eyes on Yamawaki as she hits Ishanten now with San Anko possibility as well. There are even draws where she ends up with a flush, perhaps like the 3-so draw followed by a Tonki weight into a flush draw, which could be sun by...
Matsushima's also tempai, but with no yaku.
Needs to find the Chinsuma. Oh, and she's drawing all the deal-in tiles.
And she's like, yeah, that's a stupid draw.
It might end up being...
like that's her discard.
Pon. Yakuhai, Dora-san. Big chance now.
Kimura will just fold out.
Toy switch? No. Not aiming for the Hanemon.
Just wants to lock in that 3 Dora win.
If she knew that Mizutani was holding a triplet of the 8 pin, maybe she would consider switching, but... And she gets the Tsumo! Could keep. That was the hand you were talking about, the Mangan Tsumo on Mizutani's dealership? Will be 12,000 point swing, plus the Honba. So add an extra 400 to that.
So it puts Yamawaki in a much better position to get into first place. And actually, I think it even puts Matsushima in a better position to get into first place, to get her team into first place. She has a bit fewer points, but the difference between first place is less now.
Yeah, that Riichi stick as well from Mizutani was collected by Yamawaki. So another 2,000 points exchanged. And as you point out, just 6,000 points in the live score right now. And if Yamawaki can find something nice on this dealership and take over first place, all of a sudden, Team Sirius would have a serious advantage going into the South rounds.
I see what you did there. Nice, nice. Mizutani now wants to get a cheap hand and end Yamawaki's dealership.
Imperative that this dealership ends.
It might even be a time where she wants to gain some buffer points.
And this hype pipe can be fast. I don't know about value, but can be fast.
Yeah, there's a lot of calling potential. If she can get the red dragon that Matsushima couldn't get last hand. Matsushima has the third red dragon this time. The full straight coming along for Kimura.
That is a value path. There's the red dragon, and we will see the pawn from Mizutani as expected. Very strong Ishanten.
Two open-endeds. Will call anything.
Just about. And a lot of this comes down to what Kimura is willing to drop for her.
And Kimura just went away now for the full straight and a pinfu hand. Will probably drop just about anything if she can get the Tenpai tile.
Absolutely. This 8-mon in Matsushima's hand is always a pressure point. You really want to draw around it. One pin. Okay, playing the 2-4-4 shape. This Ozu.
Not that one. Not that dot.
Oh, that one. That dot.
Tenpai. Yeah. Mizutani got the right dot. Now she's waiting for, was it a 5-8 character?
Yeah. And Matsushima stuck with his door now in hand. I don't think she was ever planning on dropping it, but... decision for Kimura. We'll hold the 5-6-6 mon shape. Certainly feels a bit challenging to drop those types of tiles against the player who's opened twice.
Fill in.
Another big decision point here for Matsushima. Is it going to be 1-so, 2-so for value? Or mon floating everything?
Yeah, there's a possible Sanshoko hidden in there as well. Just trying to hedge value, but Mizutani will win her cheap hand and end Yamawaki's dealership.
Yeah,
goal achieved.
Collecting the 2,000 points plus 1,000 directly from the player in second is really big, on top of just ending the dealer threat. So as you said, buffer, a little extra buffer space achieved. Now just over 9,000 points, or actually exactly 9,000 point gap.
Which means Yamawaki is still within Mangan Sumo of first place.
Matsushima now.
And she doesn't even need that much, actually, because if she gets into first place, then the UMA changes a lot. So she really just needs 5,300, 5,400 points to get into first place.
Very clear goal for Yamawaki. For Matsushima, she just needs to repeat, as you mentioned, in the East dealership. She did a great job there. Needs to do that one more time. Hopefully for even longer this time.
You know, actually, a 1,000, 2,000 draw for Yamawaki gets her into first place immediately. She would still have to maintain that until the last hand, but with Matsushima as dealer, the 5,000 at a 6,000 point swing would be enough.
And even though you have to maintain that for the remainder of the game, it's really important that you take the lead while ending Matsushima's dealership, because at that point she has to start building large hands with only 2 wins left in the game. They have to be large enough to overcome first place. So it's probably a little easier to maintain that advantage once you've ended Matsushima's dealership.
Yeah, much easier than in a normal league session.
Absolutely. So you're right, Yamawaki with a very clear plan of 3 Han sumo.
Yep. As long as it's not Pinfu, it has to be something that gets 30 fu, but 3 Han plus a sumo for Pinfu would work as well.
That's helpful, but now you have to make a decision. So many kanchan shapes, which one to throw? We'll start with the 7-pin.
For Matsushima, I'm not. I guess, yeah, maybe keeping the edge tiles as safe tiles is a little bit better. Matsushima continuing as dealer isn't that big of a deal as long as you're not dealing into her. And keeping her ahead of Yamawaki is not a bad thing either, so...
Kimura here with a double south triplet. And the west pair for Mizutani means she can open this hand. One pin leaves, but the 3-pin will probably stay around for a while to accept the Dora.
Fill in from Matsushima.
2-3-4 Sanchoku. Visible.
It'll be interesting to see if Mizutani decides to pull in this west or not.
So many pairs here. The 3-pin does leave. We will see the chi. Sanchoku Tenpai.
Tenpai need 2-3-4 Sanchoku.
That means it must win, right?
It is the best. It is the best Sanchoku. Although today I couldn't win my 2-3-4 and I won my 4-5-6 Sanchoku only.
That's strange. That's unusual. Oh, there's the west. No pawn.
Does not pawn. Let's the first one go.
Maybe after the dealer open, she feels a lot less comfortable dropping a 3-pin or another dangerous tile.
Yeah, now the Wests are going to serve as her safe tiles when she runs out of other safe tiles.
Even though the 3-pin was called by Matsushima, it still could deal in if the shape was 2-4-4-5. And that certainly is a possibility with 4-pin being the Dora. You definitely want to try to keep 2 shapes around that Dora.
So the problem here is that she really doesn't want Yamawaki to draw a winning hand.
Yamawaki 3-pin.
Yamawaki has it. Yeah, she's just one away from a really strong Pinfu shape.
Not pawned. I was wondering if the 3-pin cleared and the west came out, if Mizutani would change her mind, but no, just staying safe.
I think it might have been different if she could pawn to Tenpai.
That's true.
Instead of pawning to Ishanten. But she did get rid of the 1 dot, so she's really just folding at this point.
Second door gives a small hesitation for Matsushima, but she just holds the Tenpai. And now Kimura. 2
and now
pairs.
everybody is sure she's Tenpai.
Oh, but the 3. That will deal into a 2-Han hand. Sanchoku Dora 1. 2,900.
So this is actually good, yeah. Good for Mizutani. Gives Yamawaki a little bit more difficult conditions that she has to overcome to get first place.
At this point, we're back in Mangan Sumo territory for Yamawaki, surpassing Mizutani.
Now again, she just has to get ahead of Matsushima. 8,200 point difference. So for Tsumo conditions, we divide that by 3.
Looking at a 3 and 40 would be a tie.
2,600 would be enough, I think. So yeah, 1326 draw would still be enough. So still not crazy difficult, but the right tiles have to come.
Remind me once again of the situation for ties, as that might be relevant.
It's a great question. I didn't actually.
Ooh, that
I'll
Kimura.
have to look that. I'll look that up while we're watching the game.
Yeah, Kimura with a chance at using the door here, but draws the 6-0 first. Maybe if you're thinking about drawing and using the door, you can think about a flush in the future. No, I don't think so. Respond to the comment. I think it's just holding for the 5-7-7 shape. There's no guarantee that that dealt in there in any way.
Okay, so there's a priority order going into the final table. I think based on scores from the semifinals.
Okay.
So if there's a tie, the order will go Heartland, 3-arrow channel, all Sirius, and then Fusion as the wild card. So if Fusion ties for the win, they don't get it because they were the wild card and didn't win in the semifinals. And the others are based on semifinal scores.
Okay, so in this case, if 3 arrows and Team Sirius tie for first, Sirius will get second.
Right.
There's the 7-so. Helps the door acceptance. I want to find extra value, but of course there is another dealership for Kimura, so even if you don't, I mean, you're not ever going to get it all in one go here. Use your dealership to get there. Yamawaki with the call, looking for the north here. Ooh, 6-pin increases the shapes. Ishanta now. Potential Riichi Mahjong.
Mizutani's hand is looking very outside-ish. Not this Matsushima's hand. Kimura. Yeah, Kimura reaches. She still has a chance to rally as dealer, so she will continue trying to win. And Mizutani will be completely out. Her hand is just not advanced enough to keep going. And she'd be happy if Kimura won the hand, just not from her.
Yeah, also as long as it's not some type of crazy Baimon.
Yeah, but a Baimon here would not be that bad for Mizutani. If Kimura were to draw a Baimon, it would bring Matsushima down and also Yamawaki down. So it wouldn't. I guess it would get Yamawaki closer to first place, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah,
In fact, I think
true.
she would overtake for third. But it's not a Baimon. It is going to win on the 7-pin that I believe came out from Yamawaki. And that is a big result for Mizutani. The gap widens once again. We go to Kimura's dealership. She will have, well, hopefully a very long and bountiful dealership. Team Heartland.
You know, when this is happening, all the teammates are in the waiting room, watching on the screen as well. Not just outside of the soundproof studio.
Right now, they're all giving their energy to Kimura. Tenho, please Tenho.
Yeah, Heartland team was in it.
And in the for the other teams, Team Fusion is like, yes, a manga, nice ura. Ooh, wow, that's a pretty looking hand. Perhaps I almost want to cut away from these tunes to get Tanya as well. Yamawaki gave a lot of thought to that first discard.
Yeah, no, we have a 16,500 point difference with Matsushima.
Big draw.
And
there's still another opportunity for Yamawaki on Mizutani's dealership. We saw her win a Mangan Sumo, netting a 12,000 point swing. And so maybe she picks up something like 5,200 this hand and then does that again in all last.
yeah, I think she wants to kind of go for a Mangan here if possible, but
Riichi plus Sanchoku is always a chance. You can sumo, you can hit an ura. Keep up with the South triplet. Gives her a bailout plan of opening, and actually will just immediately call for Tenpai. Oh, that's door 3. Hello, 12,000 points. There's the 2-pin. Yamawaki giving careful thought to which floating tile she wants to keep. Yakuhai, door 3 for the dealer. This is the perfect hand. Or so 7 so wait. South. The Dora itself. Very challenging to discard that against an open hand.
yeah, she has the value there. There's a Sanchoku, and it's really an unfoldable hand at this point.
I think, yeah, if she draws 7 pin, she just slams, right?
Yes, it's a perfect chance. She has to.
This is also Tenpai, but not the right one. I think that one call already signals danger. But there's a 7.
Yeah.
And this is Yamawaki,
Yamawaki
dealing in the 12k.
Drawing.
Couldn't really dodge that, right?
No, she's just drawing all the wrong tiles. It's not. I mean, it's winner takes all. She has to go for first place, so.
Hidden Dora 3.
You can't just. Yeah, you can't just fold against a single call.
Especially when you have such an amazing chance at Mangan Sumo. Betrayed by the 234 Sanchoku this time.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks when you open up and say, "Oh, it was the Dora that was the safer tile."
Yeah. I wonder if the Dora had come out. Surely you don't con that, even though it gives you a Hanuman chance.
No. Maybe you do. Gives you a Hanuman chance and also a chance at lots more Dora. And when people see that you're dealer and have that many Dora, they're gonna fold to you. So.
Dora flips immediately on that con, right? So
Yes.
in theory,
always immediately.
You can get South, Dora 8, Rinshan.
Mm-hmm.
Would be fantastic. Still,
Yeah, I've actually never played rules in real life where it doesn't flip immediately. Only in certain online clients.
that swing for Kimura actually puts her ahead of Mizutani for second place, but ultimately that mostly helps Mizutani. This looks like a really good opportunity for Mizutani to shut things down with another tateniu. Keep in mind, of course, that Matsushima and Yamawaki are both incentivized to win large hands. So Kimura and Mizutani, the only two players that are really allowed to win something relatively inexpensive. Matsushima, tough to build something big here. Maybe an outside hand is the idea, or some type of kokushi hedge. Going big, why not go all the way? And if that's the case, Kimura might not expect to see a white dragon so easily.
Titani will call for the one away. Ishanten. With that tateniu hand you were talking about.
And if you're one of the other players at the table, if you were sitting to the left of Mizutani, you might just stop giving her tateniu tiles to hope that the dealer repeats it, then you get another chance at a big hand. But in this case, Kimura, the dealer is sitting to her left, so she just has to keep playing her own hand. That means Mizutani will get whatever tiles that Kimura cannot use.
Yeah, all Kimura can do is just keep going straight ahead. Notice the scores really kind of evened out a little bit. Fusion still has a big lead, but she's also very close to last place at this point. So if Kimura is able to get more points off of Mizutani, then there is a small chance that there may be a swing. 2 Dora now for Kimura.
That changes the value potential there drastically. Opening up with a white dragon, something worth a lot more. See Yamawaki really angling towards that Sanchoku 234 once again, just as the only real route to value. That slightly increases the acceptance.
Yeah, and more opportunities for Pon. I wasn't counting how many are out on the board. I do see 1 8.
1 4 mod
Can't tell which are 4s. Yeah.
1 here. It's still, you know, add an extra 2 tiles.
Yeah. And there's a Chi. Mizutani will take 10 by waiting for the 2-5. She can taste the victory. It's so close.
Because if she wins this hand, then all she has to do is fold out in the next. And unless there's some crazy Yakuman, she will get to win.
And how many 2-5s left? You can see 1 here. None in Matsushima's hand, but I think Matsushima is at 2-5s. She discarded at the beginning.
Yeah, a couple 5-mon discarded. Actually 3 now, and a 2-mon, so 4 tiles discarded in that pond alone, and 2 held here.
2 held here, and there's also 1 in Yamawaki's hand. So I think maybe there's 1 left.
If 1-mon's the cut, then 2-mon has to follow up, so Kimura might be in danger of dealing in soon. So for
Could now.
efficiency. Yeah,
Yeah, keeping the 3-4-5 Sanshoku option, but it deals into Mizutani.
value proposition ends up falling short. Mizutani gets there first, and with that win,
And players will now calculate what they need. I think that the organizers will give them that information, and we will see also an overlay on the screen with the conditions for each player. So Yamawaki just needs to sumo a Baimon hand, or win some Baimon from Matsushima, Yakumon from Kimura, or just a Hanemon directly from Mizutani. Easy stuff. Kimura has to sumo Yakumon, or get double Yakumon from Yamawaki or Matsushima. If it's directly from Mizutani, she just needs a Baimon, a San Baimon. And let's see, Matsushima has to tsumo double Yakumon, or she can get triple Yakumon from Yamawaki or Kimura, or get Sanbaimon directly from Mizutani. And Mizutani just has to win. It's called Agari Toppu. But she just has to be no 10, actually.
Indeed. It seems the easiest condition then is the Baimon Sumo, but that still means you have to build a Baimon. Yamawaki's perspective. Curious to see what type of Yakumon we see. Matsushima and Kimura. As it stands now, it seems like almost guarantee that Mizutani gets the win. However, we could be in for a dramatic, last, what is potentially and very likely to be the final hand of the entire season for these teams. Mizutani opens up.
Matsushima, not a... See, this is... She actually has a great chance at like a Baimon here. But Mizutani doesn't need it. She just needs to be no 10. So
Just
how
trying
is
to
she going
find
to go
the best
about being
path
no
to
10?
folding. This looks more like a Yakumon than a Baimon.
It might be the fastest way. Maybe it's Kokshi. She'll keep the kind of hedge a flushy hand, but also pretty much going straight for Kokshi. Matsushima. Now the Baimon, the double Yakumon only counts if it's actual multiple Yakumons. You don't get a double Yakumon based on weight in these rules.
So something like 13-sided Kokshi is still just one Yakumon.
Exactly. So the only multiple Yakumons you can get would be like at Tsuiso, all terminals, and 4 winds or 3 big dragons. And, like 4 concealed triples and maybe 4 cons.
To some degree.
4 concealed cons, and they all have to be honored tiles.
At some point, then, it might be to Mizutani's benefit to hold a bunch of central tiles, then, if she has to avoid Kokshi deal-ins.
That is true. I think they said Matsushima had to get... I think Matsushima and Kimura could both get a direct Yakumon if they could get... So that would probably be the easiest route for them to go for Kokshi and get it directly from Mizutani.
And of course, you'll kind of get a sense of what the other players are doing as the hand progresses. And you should have plenty of time to change your folding strategy if you're Mizutani. If you sense that the play is honor-based, and here she goes, cutting her honors. And at some point, you're just playing collect the Genbutsu. You're just holding tiles that are going to be safe to all 3 players, or at least to as many players as possible. When you feel the time is right, you fold completely.
And take take a minute to say, please like the stream, follow the channel. Our goal is to get up to 1,000 followers by the time the World Reach Championship happens in July. And also, you can now become a paid member, which we're going to start to have tournaments for paid members only on Ron, or kind of meetups, I guess. Depending on how many people we get to start out with, it might just be a meetup, and eventually might turn into a tournament with swag and things like that. So
That's so cool. I think I saw one subscriber in chat. Thank you.
oh, thank you. Yes, we appreciate it. Really helps us out to keep this content coming.
Now building towards that Suanko, but really this does seem like a victory lap for Mizutani, who has played an excellent game, confirming the lead that the other players had started off building. Shout out to everybody on Team Fusion. We enter the last set of discards as we approach the end of row 2. Another pair.
Okay, try and go for the 4 concealed triples, I guess. I think that's what she's saying too, I guess.
Yeah. Not much better to do, but you have to give it a try. Second row complete. It's funny how all game long we are always so invested in the Dora, and yet here it's meaningless.
Yeah, just that is a triple. That's 2 concealed triples. All right.
2 away from Tempai.
We're away for
Oh, Ishantan.
3 concealed triples.
Potential Suanko Tanki. Although that would just be 1 Yakuman.
Just 1, but what if she wins it directly from Mizutani? Is there any weight that she can have that she could win from Mizutani?
Must get to Tempai first. Not that many draws remaining. Even if the players don't get to the Yakuman, they can at least hope to be Tempai. 1 last draw.
Yamawaki got close to that Baimon that she needs with her flush hand, but just not quite Tempai fast enough. See, look at her hand is actually really nice if it was maybe 10 draws ago.
Right. One final draw. Now, Yamawaki will discard the tune, and so ends the game. No players Tempai. Mizutani confirms second place, her team total first.
Team Fusion is your champion.
Huge congratulations to these 3 players for a fantastic season, a fantastic series.
I can tell she's about to cry. Second place for the teams is Yamawaki with all Sirius. Third place in the teams is 3 Arrows, Matsushima and Kimura, and her team are in last place. Can't believe it! The wild card team made it in.
Team. What a story! And of course, we had been broadcasting all season long from the Scepter League.
Yeah, and it was the Orb League that took first place. We have not been broadcasting the Orb games. Maybe something if we get enough. If we get enough followers and subscribers, we may be able to add Orb team following in the future. But at this point, it's probably still going to be the Scepter League next season. But amazing. They all came to Tokyo for the finals, and we actually got a quick interview with them. I'm not sure if you have it yet.
We do. Let's see.
All right.
ありがとうございます。道頓堀にあるマージャンドバーフュージョンです。お 酒も楽しめて、麻雀も楽しめるお店になってます。
優勝って初めてなんで、
め
っちゃもうほんまにこんな気分なんだみたいな。
初タイトル。
そうそうそう。
嬉しいです。
嬉しいです。やっぱりチーム戦やったんで、いい形でバトンを渡したいので、もういつも以上に考えてって感じですね。
なんかね、なるべく失点を少なくして、その条件が残るようにっていうのをかなり意識したと思います。
はい。
もちろんです。
もちろんです。
頑張ってください。はい、ありがとうございます。
Once again, huge congratulations. I really do agree that it did seem that the baton handoff was smooth, and like recapping that series, the first game, the very first round, down so far, coming back in South 3 with a dealer by Monsumo to take the lead, and then cleanly pass things on to second place, who again found themselves rather to the second game, where they found themselves down and came back, and South 3 with a big monk on sumo to take second place and transition smoothly into the third game, where, well, it was an absolutely brilliant game from Mizutani. Had to just stay safe, stay ahead, and she did exactly that.
And I'm sorry, Nakagawa is actually, I think she joined JPML 1 year after me, or perhaps around the same year. She's part of the Kansai League. She did come to Tokyo temporarily for a couple years, but she's back in Kansai again, which is why she's playing for the Orb League. And also, but Hara, Erika Hara, she just joined JPML in 2022. So she's we have a brand new pro and a veteran pro, and I'm not quite sure about Yamawaki's history, but it seemed like she was somewhere in the middle. So great teamwork from players with a wide variety of different experiences, and it sounds like they're really supportive of each other. I was in the waiting room with them while Mizutani was playing, and they sound so supportive. They came, to Tokyo together for this final, so real bonding experience. So I hope they stay together as a team for the next season as well.
Absolutely fantastic. And this was my first time watching this tournament, and so I definitely have my eyes on Team Fusion for the next season. It'll be absolutely
it'd be great.
amazing to watch them.
Hopefully we can come up with some clips for the off season, but we still do have the individual semifinals and finals next month, and then the new season will start already in June, so you won't have too much of a break. We will keep your Sankei Shimbun Cup itch scratched. Is that how you say that?
I think so. But
your cup full, something like that.
There'll be plenty more to watch, and as you mentioned that the tournament might be over as a team, but individuals are still coming up. May 8th and 9th?
Oh no, this is the old one.
Oh no.
I've put up a new one. I don't know, maybe it didn't go up, but yeah, well, it's the individual semifinals on May 8th and 9th, and the individual finals on May 10th and 11th. We, of course, did the team finals today, so all the team finals are over. Fusion is our champions, but we will have the new Pro Sankei Shimbun Cup. I think they call it Queen in Japanese, to crown next month.
Yep, it will be individual semis and finals. It'll be an absolute blast to watch. We covered some of the playoffs leading up to those earlier last month, and those were really exciting. So I imagine the finals will be even more so, just as exciting as these team finals were. Cannot wait.
You can go back and check them out. You can pick out the players that you want to watch for as we go into the semifinals.
Absolutely, all of those videos.
Up.
They're up on the YouTube.
All right. Well, thank you so much. It's been, I can't believe the dedication our team has had the entire season. It's been incredible, and we'll have another 4-day in a row stream, I believe, next month, because the next week is going to be Saikyo's and team battle. So we will have to have another marathon weekend. But this was a great weekend, and thank you everybody for watching.
Absolutely. I cannot wait for our next broadcast, which is coming soon. We'll see you there. Have a good one, everybody. Thanks for watching the team championships.